1. How to hunt a monkey. Do you know how hunters of old used to trap monkeys? A man asked his child. Rather than chasing them up a tree or shooting arrows from below, they'd put a heavy glass jar with a narrow neck on the floor, which had the monkey's favorite food inside. They'd then step back and hide, waiting for the unsuspecting animal to approach. When it did, the monkey would reach inside, clench a fist around the food, and try to pull it out. However, the narrow neck of the jar would stop the poor monkey from getting its hand out. It'd pull and pull, but to no avail. There was simply no way to get its hand out of the jar without releasing the food. Rather than letting go, though, the monkey would persevere, refusing to drop its dinner. The hunters would then approach and catch it to enjoy a meal of their own. Don't be like that monkey, warned the man. In life, to fight another day and grow as person, you must know when to quit, when to move on, and when to let go of whatever's holding you back. Sometimes you have to let go and give up what you have now in order to receive something better in the future. Don't let stubbornness be your downfall. 2. The value of money. At the beginning of a new school year, a class teacher stands up in front of her students holding a $100 bill. She tells them, "Put your hands up if you want this money." Every hand in the room goes up, to which the teacher says, "I'm going to give this money to someone here, but first, let me do this." She takes the bill and crumples it up in her hands before asking, "Who still wants it?" The hands stay up. The teacher then drops the bill on the floor, stomps and grinds it into the ground, and picks it back up. "How about now?" she asks again. The hands stay up. "Class, I hope you see the lesson here. It didn't matter what I did to this money. You still wanted it because its value stayed the same. Even with its creases and dirtiness, it's still worth $100. She continues, "It's the same with us. There will be similar times in your life when you're dropped, bruised, and muddied. Yet no matter what happens, you never lose your value. Life's hardships are inevitable and will all be put through the ringer at some point, often through no fault of our own. Don't let these challenges alter your feelings of self-worth. You'll always be enough. You have something unique and special to give and offer the world." 3. The Two Wolves. An old Cherokee chief sat down to teach his grandson about life. "There's a fight going on inside me," he tells the young boy, "a fight between two wolves. One wolf is evil. It's full of malice, anger, greed, self-pity, and false pride. The other is good. It's full of peace, love, joy, kindness, and humility. This same fight is going on inside you and everyone else on the face of the earth." The grandson was quiet, pondering this revelation for a moment before asking, "Grandfather, which wolf will win?" The old man smiled and replied, "The one you feed. Good and evil exist within each of us. It's our responsibility to own that reality and do whatever we can to nurture the good." 4. The Story of the Grateful Starfishes. One morning, an elderly man was walking along the beach when he noticed a young boy picking something off the sand and throwing it into the sea. As he got closer, the man realized the child was throwing stranded starfishes that had washed up on the shore back into the breaking waves. Approaching the boy, the man asked what he was doing. "The starfish will die if they're still on the shore when the sun rises," he replied. Perplexed, the old man said, "But that's pointless. There are countless miles of beach and thousands of starfish. It doesn't matter how many you return to the water, you can't make a difference." Unfazed, the boy bent down, picked up another starfish, and tossed it into the sea. "It matters to this one," he said. "No matter the odds of success or the scale of the challenge, your actions can make a difference. It's better to light a candle than curse the dark. Every little counts. Doing something to make a positive change is always better than nothing. 5. The elephant and the rope. One day a man walked past a camp of elephants. Looking closer, he was surprised to see that these mighty animals weren't held in cages or kept in chains. The only thing stopping them from escaping. A thin rope tied from one of their legs to a simple pole in the ground. Confused as to why they didn't use their strength to break the rope, he asked the trainer why they weren't attempting to run away. To this, the trainer replied, "As baby elephants, we use the same system, but at that age, the rope is strong enough to stop them from escaping. They grow up like this, believing they can never break the rope, so even as adults they stay put." In other words, these powerful, magnificent, and intelligent elephants didn't believe they could free themselves, so they never tried. Our personal beliefs are powerful beyond measure and often dictate our outcomes. They can work for or against us. Identify your limiting beliefs so you can push against them. 6. The Fisherman and the Businessman. Once upon a time, there was a businessman who was sitting on the beach in a small Italian village. As he sat, taking a brief break from the stress of his daily schedule, he saw a fisherman rowing a small boat back into the harbor. In the boat were a few large fish. Impressed, the businessman asked the fisherman, "How long does it take you to catch so many fish?" To which he replied, "Oh, not so long." The businessman was confused. "Why don't you fish for longer to catch even more?" "More? This is enough to feed my entire family and even offer some to my neighbors," the fisherman said. "So what do you do for the rest of your day?" inquired the businessman. The fisherman replied, "Well, I've usually have caught my fish by late morning, at which point I go home, kiss my wife, and play with my kids. In the afternoon, I take a nap and read. In the evening, I go to the village to have a drink with my friends, play guitar, sing, and dance into the night." Putting his entrepreneurial hat on, the businessman offered a suggestion. "I have a PhD in business. I can help you become much more successful. From now on, you should spend longer at sea and catch as many fish as possible. When you've saved enough money, buy a bigger boat to catch even more fish. From there, you'll soon be able to buy more boats, set up your own company, build a production plant to can the fish and control distribution, and move to the city to control your other branches." To this, the fisherman asks, "And after that?" The businessman laughs. "After that, you'll be able to live like a king, take your company public, float your shares, and be rich." "And after that?" asks the fisherman once more. "After that, you can retire, move to a house by the sea, wake up early in the morning to go fishing, then return home to play with your kids, kiss your wife, take a nap in the afternoon, and join your friends in the village to drink, play guitar, and dance into the night." Puzzled, the fisherman replies, "But isn't that what I'm doing already? Be content with what you have. Do you really need to keep pushing for more? Stress is often a choice. There's joy and peace in simplicity." 7. The Baker and the Butter. A long time ago, a baker and a farmer lived in the same small English village. These two men had a friendly arrangement in place, where the farmer would sell a pound of butter to the baker each day. One morning, the baker decided to weigh the butter to see if he'd received the correct amount. To his surprise, he discovered that the farmer had sold him less butter than he'd paid for. Angry about the unfairness, he took the farmer to court. At the hearing, the judge asked the farmer whether he used any measure to weigh the butter. "Your Honor, I am but a lowly farmer and do not own a proper measure. I simply use an old-fashioned scale," he replied. "How do you weight the butter, then?" inquired the judge. To this, the farmer answered, "Your Honor, long before the baker started buying butter from my farm, I've been buying a pound loaf of bread from him. Every day when he brings me the bread, I place it on my scale and give him the same weight in butter. If anyone is to be blamed, it's the baker. Karma's a bitch. Be kind and fair to others and you'll enjoy the rewards. 8. The story of the fig tree. I saw my life branching out before me like the green fig tree in the story. From the tip of every branch, like a fat purple fig, a wonderful future beckoned and winked. One fig was a husband and a happy home and children, and another fig was a famous poet, and another fig was a brilliant professor, and another fig was E.G., the amazing editor, and another fig was Europe and Africa and South America, and another fig was Constantine and Socrates and Attila, and a pack of other lovers with queer names and offbeat professions, and another fig was an Olympic lady crew champion. And beyond and above these figs were many more figs I couldn't quite make out. I saw myself sitting in the crotch of this fig tree, starving to death just because I couldn't make up my mind which of the figs I would choose. I wanted each and every one of them, but choosing one meant losing all the rest. And as I sat there, unable to decide, the figs began to wrinkle and go black, and one by one, they plopped to the ground at my feet. Decide. Take action. There's no right or wrong answer when you're choosing between two positive routes or outcomes. Wait too long and the decision will be made for you. 9. The pursuit of happiness. There was once a group of 100 people attending a seminar on personal development. In the middle of their talk, the speaker stops and decides to run an impromptu group activity. He hands out a balloon to each attendee and tells them to write their name on it. The balloons are then collected and placed in an adjacent room. The speaker then instructs the 100 attendees to enter that room and, within 5 short minutes, find the balloon with their name on it. Pandemonium breaks loose as they charge in, pushing and colliding with each other as they desperately search for their name. The 5 minutes pass and nobody succeeds. The speaker then tells each person to pick up any random balloon and give it the person whose name is written on it. Within a few minutes, everyone has their balloon back. He then said, "What just happened with those balloons is exactly what happens in our search for happiness. We frantically look for it all around us, not knowing where it is. Yet our happiness lies in the happiness of others. By giving them their happiness, you get yours." Happiness and fulfillment rarely come from selfish pursuits, but almost always come from doing good deeds for others. By helping others, we help ourselves. 10. Buridan's ass. A hungry ass finds himself between two equally large and delicious-looking bales of hay. He looks from one to the other and back again, unsure which to choose. This goes on for a long while until, unable to make a decision, the poor old donkey dies of starvation. Moral of the story: once again, take action. Don't linger too long on the precipice of a big or small decision when the outcomes are positive. Save yourself a headache, take a leap of faith, commit, and enjoy whatever rewards that come your way, refusing to look back at what could have been. 11. The clever general. Thousands of years ago, there was a famous Chinese general with a reputation for being an astute and cunning leader. One day, at the end of a long campaign, this general decided to stop in a stronghold with a small battalion of soldiers, sending his main fighting force ahead to rest elsewhere. Meanwhile, one of his enemies catches wind of this and decides to march his army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the general's all but defenseless position. In the middle of the night, the general's awoken by one of his men, who breaks the news: the enemy's close. They'll be there before daybreak, and the tiny band of soldiers in the stronghold will be no match for their numbers. Hearing this, the general stops and pauses. Understanding his predicament, he instructs his men to stand down, open the gates, take down the banners from the walls, and hide. The general then removes his armor, dons a cloak, and sits on the battlements playing a mandolin as he looks out at the approaching army. The enemy leader soon arrives. He recognizes the general immediately and orders his forces to halt. He stops to think. He knows this general better than anyone, including his reputation for wily deeds and setting deadly traps. He waits some more. The presence of this infamous general sitting there with such nonchalance makes him question himself. Was the information he received false? Is the general luring him into a trap? Or is it a double bluff? Is this a ploy to make him question himself, and the general is, in fact, as defenseless as he seems? He waits some more, and then he orders his forces to retreat. First, your reputation is crucial and can deliver all sorts of positive outcomes. Second, there's often a cleverer, more strategic way to achieve your goals. Never assume it takes sweat, blood, and tears. Look for a method of attaining the same results with less effort. 12. The Dragon and the Treasure. In many ancient myths and stories, the hero has to go on a long and perilous journey to complete their mission. A classic example? The sleepless dragon that guards its treasure, breathing fire on anyone who so dares to steal it. To get the gold, the knight in shining armor must, through guile or force, first defeat this beast. Success lies on the other side of effort, which makes suffering part of the process. Rather than avoid discomfort, then, the ambitious must pursue it at all costs. Only by butting heads and pushing through such suffering will they ever attain the proverbial gold. 13. The Queens Boulder. In ancient times, there was a queen who ordered her soldiers to maneuver a boulder into the middle of the main road to and from town. The queen then hid, watching to see who would stop to do the right thing and move it out of the way again. Wealthy merchants and courtiers passed the boulder, barely giving it a second thought. A few of them blamed their queen for not keeping the roads clear, yet none stopped to do anything. One day, a peasant walked along with a sack of vegetables to sell at market. He stopped, laid these down, and then pushed, tugged, huffed, and heaved the stone away. Upon picking up his vegetables, the peasant saw a large purse full of gold and a handwritten note from the queen herself where the boulder had been. The gold was a reward for whoever removed it from the road. Moral of the story: laziness will never get you anywhere in life. Success almost always takes humility and hard work. 14. The Pear Tree and the Seasons of Life. There was once a man who had 4 young sons. Wanting to teach them about the dangers of judging things too rapidly, he decided to send each of them on a journey, one after the other, to a distant pear tree. Each son went in a different season, the first in winter, the second in spring, and so on. At the end of the year, he brought his children together and asked them what they'd seen. The son who'd traveled in winter described a gnarled, twisted, and barren tree that stood stark and ugly against the land. The son who went in spring disagreed. No, he said, the tree seemed full of hope and promise, with green buds along its branches. The third son, who traveled in summer, disagreed once more. The pear tree he'd seen was covered in beautiful blossoms that looked and smelled divine. Finally, the last son, who'd made the journey in fall, disagreed again, describing a tree laden with sweet and delicious pears that tasted better than any he'd eaten before. When each son had spoken, the father said they were all correct, because they'd only seen but one season of the pear tree's life. He explained to his sons that it's foolish and impossible to judge something in this manner. The essence of something, whether it's a tree or their fellow man, can only be measured as a whole, at the end of the year, having seen it in its fullness. To make your judgment in winter is to miss the promise of spring, the beauty of summer, and the fruit in fall. Refuse to judge yourself, life, or other people based upon a single mistake or challenging time. Refuse to let the pain of one season destroy the joy of those to come. 15. The Story of the Lumberjacks. 2 lumberjacks of equal skill, experience, and stature work side by side. chopping down trees together every single day. However, one lumberjack works non-stop, without taking a break, whereas the other takes an hour-long lunch break every afternoon. Despite working for less time, both lumberjacks inevitably chop the same number of trees by the end of each working day. Puzzled and frustrated, the lumberjack who works all day long asks the other how he manages to chop just as much as him while still taking a break. To this, he responds, "It's simple. I spend that hour at home sharpening my axe." Breaks are vital to productivity. Work smart, not hard. 16. Everyone has a story in life. A 24-year-old boy seeing out from the train's window shouted, "Dad, look, the trees are going behind." Dad smiled, and a young couple sitting nearby looked at the 24-year-old's childish behavior with pity. Suddenly, he again exclaimed, "Dad, look, the clouds are running with us." The couple couldn't resist and said to the old man, "Why don't you take your son to a good doctor?" The old man smiled and said, "I did, and we are just coming from the hospital. My son was blind from birth. He just got his eyes today." Every single person on the planet has a story. Don't judge people before you truly know them. The truth might surprise you. 17. Shake off your problems. A man's favorite donkey falls into a deep precipice. He can't pull it out no matter how hard he tries. He therefore decides to bury it alive. Soil is poured onto the donkey from above. The donkey feels the load, shakes it off, and steps on it. More soil is poured. It shakes it off and steps up. The more the load was poured, the higher it rose. By noon, the donkey was grazing in green pastures. After much shaking off of problems and stepping up, learning from them, one will graze in green pastures. 18. Potatoes, eggs, and coffee beans. Once upon a time, a daughter complained to her father that her life was miserable and that she didn't know how she was going to make it. She was tired of fighting and struggling all the time. It seemed just as one problem was solved, another one soon followed. Her father, a chef, took her to the kitchen. He filled 3 pots with water and placed each on a high fire. Once the 3 pots began to boil, he placed potatoes in one pot, eggs in the second pot, and ground coffee beans in the third pot. He then let them sit and boil without saying a word to his daughter. The daughter moaned and impatiently waited, wondering what he was doing. After 20 minutes, he turned off the burners. He took the potatoes out of the pot and placed them in a bowl. He pulled the eggs out and placed them in a bowl. He then ladled the coffee out and placed it in a cup. Turning to her, he asked, "Daughter, what do you see?" "Potatoes, eggs, and coffee," she hastily replied. "Look closer," he said, "and touch the potatoes." She did and noted that they were soft. He then asked her to take an egg and break it. After pulling off the shell, she observed the hard-boiled egg. Finally, he asked her to sip the coffee. Its rich aroma brought a smile to her face. "Father, what does this mean?" she asked. He then explained that the potatoes, the eggs, and coffee beans had each faced the same adversity, the boiling water. However, each one reacted differently. The potato went in strong, hard, and unrelenting, but in boiling water it became soft and weak. The egg was fragile, with the thin outer shell protecting its liquid interior until it was put in the boiling water. Then the inside of the egg became hard. However, the ground coffee beans were unique. After they were exposed to the boiling water, they changed the water and created something new. "Which are you?" he asked his daughter. "When adversity knocks on your door, how do you respond? Are you a potato, an egg, or a coffee bean?" Moral. In life, things happen around us, things happen to us, but the only thing that truly matters is what happens within us. Which one are you? 19. A dish of ice cream. In the days when an ice cream sundae cost much less, A 10-year-old boy entered a hotel coffee shop and sat at a table. A waitress put a glass of water in front of him. "How much is an ice cream sundae?" "50 cents," replied the waitress. The little boy pulled his hand out of his pocket and studied a number of coins in it. "How much is a dish of plain ice cream?" he inquired. Some people were now waiting for a table, and the waitress was a bit impatient. 35 cents, she said brusquely. The little boy again counted the coins. "I'll have the plain ice cream," he said. The waitress brought the ice cream, put the bill on the table, and walked away. The boy finished the ice cream, paid the cashier, and departed. When the waitress came back, she began wiping down the table and then swallowed hard at what she saw. There, placed neatly beside the empty dish, were 15 cents, her tip. 20. Colonel Sanders' Vertical Bar Kentucky Fried Chicken. Once there was an older man who was broke, living in a tiny house and owned a beat-up car. He was living off of $1.99 Social Security checks. At 65 years of age, he decided things had to change. So he thought about what he had to offer. His friends raved about his chicken recipe. He decided that this was his best shot at making a change. He left Kentucky and traveled to different states to try to sell his recipe. He told restaurant owners that he had a mouth-watering chicken recipe. He offered the recipe to them for free, just asking for a small percentage on the items sold. Sounds like a good deal, right? Unfortunately, not to most of the restaurants. He heard no over 1,000 times. Even after all of those rejections, he didn't give up. He believed his chicken recipe was something special. He got rejected 1,009 times before he heard his first yes. With that one success, Colonel Heartland Sanders changed the way Americans eat chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken, popularly known as KFC, was born. Remember, never give up and always believe in yourself in spite of rejection. 21. The obstacle in our path. There once was a very wealthy and curious king. This king had a huge boulder placed in the middle of a road. Then he hid nearby to see if anyone would try to remove the gigantic rock from the road. The first people to pass by were some of the king's wealthiest merchants and courtiers. Rather than moving it, they simply walked around it. A few loudly blamed the king for not maintaining the roads. Not one of them tried to move the boulder. Finally, a peasant came along. His arms were full of vegetables. When he got near the boulder, rather than simply walking around it as the others had, the peasant put down his load and tried to move the stone to the side of the road. It took a lot of effort, but he finally succeeded. The peasant gathered up his load and was ready to go on his way when he saw a purse lying in the road where the boulder had been. The peasant opened the purse. The purse was stuffed full of gold coins and a note from the king. The king's note said the purse's gold was a reward for moving the boulder from the road. The king showed the peasant what many of us never understand. Every obstacle presents an opportunity to improve our condition. 22. Value. A popular speaker started off a seminar by holding up a $20 bill. A crowd of 200 had gathered to hear him speak. He asked, "Who would like this $20 bill?" 200 hands went up. He said, "I'm going to give this $20 to one of you, but first, let me do this." He crumpled the bill up. He then asked, "Who still wants it?" All 200 hands were still raised. "Well," he replied, "what if I do this?" Then he dropped the bill on the ground and stomped on it with his shoes. He picked it up and showed it to the crowd. The bill was all crumpled and dirty. "Now who still wants it?" All the hands still went up. My friends, I have just showed you a very important lesson. No matter what I did to the money, you still wanted it because it did not decrease in value. It was still worth $20. Many times in our lives, life crumples us and grinds us into the dirt. We make bad decisions or deal with poor circumstances. We feel worthless. But no matter what has happened or what will happen, you will never lose your value. You are special. Don't ever forget it. 23. A very special bank account. Imagine you had a bank account that deposited $86,400 each morning. The account carries over no balance from day to day, allows you to keep no cash balance, and every evening cancels whatever part of the amount you had failed to use during the day. What would you do? Draw out every dollar each day. We all have such a bank. Its name is time. Every morning it credits you with 86,400 seconds. Every night it writes off as lost whatever time you have failed to use wisely. It carries over no balance from day to day. It allows no overdraft, so you can't borrow against yourself or use more time than you have. Each day, the account starts fresh. Each night, it destroys an unused time. If you fail to use the day's deposits, it's your loss, and you can't appeal to get it back. There is never any borrowing time. You can't take a loan out on your time or against someone else's. The time you have is the time you have, and that is that. Time management is yours to decide how you spend the time, just as with money, you decide how you spend the money. It is never the case of us not having enough time to do things, but the case of whether we want to do them and where they fall in our priorities. 24. Unstoppable. Extreme Makeover features a celebrity trainer helping very overweight individuals reach their weight loss goals. Sometimes their attitudes aren't great, but other times the people on the show are truly amazing, like Sarah. Sarah is a little person standing at only 4'5". She was a nutrition speaker on local television shows at the start of her journey, but ashamed of herself. Not only had she spent her life dealing with her short stature, but she had suffered greatly at the hands of her sister. She turned to eating, and by the time she was 37 years old, weighed over 200 pounds. When she began her time on Extreme Makeover, her first challenge was to climb the stairs of an amphitheater holding an 80-pound weight. The stairs came up past her knees. But she didn't complain once. She kept going. Slowly, all the people in the theater started to watch her. By the time she reached the last step, the crowd cheered for her. Her trainer gave her the goal to run a half marathon 6 months after starting her diet and exercise program. Sarah said no, she wouldn't run the half. Instead, she would run a full marathon. Her trainer advised against it because it would be extra hard on her body. She'd have to take many extra strides due to her short stature. Sarah didn't care. She ran the whole marathon. She succeeded in losing more than half her body weight and becoming a runner, like she had always dreamed. 25. Winning the battle. Adrienne Brown shared her weight loss journey with Good Housekeeping. Adrienne loved to eat and was a bit food obsessed. As an adult, she owned 2 refrigerators stocked with food. She was already overweight at 180 pounds when her weight shot up as she battled breast cancer. Adrienne got serious about her health during her battle with cancer. Inspired by Jennifer Garner in Alias and determined to be healthier, Adrienne lost 90 pounds in a year by eliminating processed foods and exercising. She made it manageable by breaking her goal into 10-pound increments and keeping a positive attitude. 26. The weight was wrong. Drew Carey has spent much of his career in the spotlight. Fans of the comedic actor remember him as the overweight star of The Drew Carey Show. He shocked his following by appearing on his new job as the host of The Price is Right, a full 80 pounds lighter. There was no magic trick to his weight loss. Carey lost weight the old-fashioned way, by counting calories and logging 45-minute cardio sessions on the treadmill. Remember, you don't have to try the newest fad. Find what works for you and just stick with it. Little by little, you will reach your goals. 27. The right place. A mother and a baby camel were lying around under a tree. Then the baby camel asked, "Why do camels have humps?" The mother camel considered this and said, "We are desert animals, so we have the humps to store water so we can survive with very little water." The baby camel thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, why are our legs long and our feet rounded?" The mama replied, "They are meant for walking in the desert." The baby paused. After a beat, the camel asked, "Why are our eyelashes long? Sometimes they get in my way." The mama responded, "Those long, thick eyelashes protect your eyes from the desert sand when it blows in the wind." The baby thought and thought. Then he said, "I see. So the hump is to store water when we are in the desert. The legs are for walking through the desert, and these eyelashes protect my eyes from the desert. Then why in the zoo?" The lesson: skills and abilities are only useful if you are in the right place at the right time. Otherwise, they go to waste. 28. On God's time. A man walked to the top of a hill to talk to God. The man asked, "God, what's 1,000,000 years to you?" And God said, "A minute." Then the man asked, "Well, what's $1,000,000 to you?" And God said, "A penny." Then the man asked, "God, can I have a penny?" And God said, "Sure, in a minute." 29. All the difference in the world. Every Sunday morning I take a light jog around a park near my home. There's a lake located in one corner of the park. Each time I jog by this lake, I see the same elderly woman sitting at the water's edge with a small metal cage sitting beside her. This past Sunday, my curiosity got the best of me, so I stopped jogging and walked over to her. As I got closer, I realized that the metal cage was in fact a small trap. There were 3 turtles, unharmed, slowly walking around the base of the trap. She had a 4th turtle in her lap that she was carefully scrubbing with a spongy brush. "Hello," I said. "I see you here every Sunday morning. If you don't mind my nosiness, I'd love to know what you're doing with these turtles." She smiled. "I'm cleaning off their shells," she replied. "Anything on a turtle's shell, like algae or scum, reduces the turtle's ability to absorb heat and impedes its ability to swim. It can also corrode and weaken the shell over time." "Wow, that's really nice of you," I exclaimed. She went on, "I spend a couple of hours each Sunday morning relaxing by this lake and helping these little guys out. It's my own strange way of making a difference." "But don't most freshwater turtles live their whole lives with algae and scum hanging from their shells?" I asked. "Yep, sadly, they do," she replied. I scratched my head. "Well then, don't you think your time could be better spent? I mean, I think your efforts are kind and all, but there are freshwater turtles living in lakes all around the world. And 99% of these turtles don't have kind people like you to help them clean off their shells. So, no offense. But how exactly are your localized efforts here truly making a difference?" The woman giggled aloud. She then looked down at the turtle in her lap, scrubbed off the last piece of algae from its shell, and said, "Sweetie, if this little guy could talk, he'd tell you I just made all the difference in the world. The moral: you can change the world, maybe not all at once, but one person, one animal, and one good deed at a time. Wake up every morning and pretend like what you do makes a difference. It does." 30. The weight of the glass. Once upon a time, a psychology professor walked around on a stage while teaching stress management principles to an auditorium filled with students. As she raised a glass of water, everyone expected they'd be asked the typical glass half empty or glass half full question. Instead, with a smile on her face, the professor asked, "How heavy is this glass of water I'm holding?" Students shouted out answers ranging from 8 ounces to a couple pounds. She replied, "From my perspective, the absolute weight of this glass doesn't matter. It all depends on how long I hold it. If I hold it for a minute or two, it's fairly light. If I hold it for an hour straight, its weight might make my arm ache a little. If I hold it for a day straight, My arm will likely cramp up and feel completely numb and paralyzed, forcing me to drop the glass to the floor. In each case, the weight of the glass doesn't change, but the longer I hold it, the heavier it feels to me. As the class shook their heads in agreement, she continued, "Your stresses and worries in life are very much like this glass of water. Think about them for a while and nothing happens. Think about them a bit longer and you begin to ache a little. Think about them all day long, and you will feel completely numb and paralyzed, incapable of doing anything else until you drop them." The moral: it's important to remember to let go of your stresses and worries. No matter what happens during the day, as early in the evening as you can, put all your burdens down. Don't carry them through the night and into the next day with you. If you still feel the weight of yesterday's stress, it's a strong sign that it's time to put the glass down. 31. Shark bait. During a research experiment, a marine biologist placed a shark into a large holding tank and then released several small bait fish into the tank. As you would expect, the shark quickly swam around the tank, attacked and ate the smaller fish. The marine biologist then inserted a strong piece of clear fiberglass into the tank, creating two separate partitions. She then put the shark on one side of the fiberglass and a new set of bait fish on the other. Again, the shark quickly attacked. This time, however, the shark slammed into the fiberglass divider and bounced off. Undeterred, the shark kept repeating this behavior every few minutes to no avail. Meanwhile, the bait fish swam around unharmed in the second partition. Eventually, about an hour into the experiment, the shark gave up. This experiment was repeated several dozen times over the next few weeks. Each time, the shark got less aggressive and made fewer attempts to attack the bait fish, until eventually the shark got tired of hitting the fiberglass divider and simply stopped attacking altogether. The marine biologist then removed the fiberglass divider, but the shark didn't attack. The shark was trained to believe a barrier existed between it and the bait fish, so the bait fish swam wherever they wished, free from harm. The moral: many of us, after experiencing setbacks and failures, emotionally give up and stop trying. Like the shark in the story, we believe that because we were unsuccessful in the past, we will always be unsuccessful. In other words, we continue to see a barrier in our heads even when no real barrier exists between where we are and where we want to go. 32. Being and breathing. One warm evening many years ago, after spending nearly every waking minute with Angel for 8 straight days, I knew that I had to tell her just one thing. So late at night, just before she fell asleep, I whispered it in her ear. She smiled, the kind of smile that makes me smile back, and she said, "When I'm 75 and I think about my life and what it was like to be young, I hope that I can remember this very moment." A few seconds later, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The room was peaceful, almost silent. All I could hear was the soft purr of her breathing. I stayed awake thinking about the time we'd spent together and all the choices in our lives that made this moment possible. And at some point, I realized that it didn't matter what we'd done or where we'd gone, nor did the future hold any significance. All that mattered was the serenity of the moment, just being with her and breathing with her. The moral: we must not allow the clock, the calendar, and external pressures to rule our lives and blind us to the fact that each individual moment of our lives is a beautiful mystery and a miracle, especially those moments we spend in the presence of a loved one. 33. The story of the Chinese farmer and the horse. Once upon a time, there was a Chinese farmer whose horse ran away. That evening, all of his neighbors came around to commiserate. They said, "We are so sorry to hear your horse has run away. This is most unfortunate." The farmer said, "Maybe." The next day, the horse came back bringing 7 wild horses with it, and in the evening, everybody came back and said, "Oh, isn't that lucky? What a great turn of events. You now have 8 horses." The farmer again said, "Maybe." The following day, his son tried to break one of the horses, and while riding it, he was thrown and broke his leg. The neighbors then said, "Oh dear, that's too bad." And the farmer responded, "Maybe." The next day, the conscription officers came around to conscript people into the army, and they rejected his son because he had a broken leg. Again, all the neighbors came around and said, "Isn't that great?" Again, he said, "Maybe." I've talked before in the blog about how all events, circumstances, and even life itself is neutral and has no inbuilt meaning. Events and circumstances in our life don't come pre-packaged with any labels such as good or bad. Instead, we are the ones who attach a negative or positive meaning by the perspective with which we view them. However, when we attach a negative label or meaning to a certain event, our own perceptions cause us pain and makes us suffer. As the farmer's story illustrates, it is wise to refrain from attaching any negative meaning to the events that occur in our lives. The story of the king and the ring. Once upon a time, there was a king who said this to the members of his kingdom: "I have bought one of the most beautiful diamonds in the world, and I want to hide a message in the ring which I intend to pass on to my successors after my rule. The message should serve me and others in the times of desperation and struggle. It must be a short sentence that can be stashed under the ring's diamond." All those who listened were very clever and quick thinkers. They all could write passages and essays, but not a short sentence that is not longer than 2, 3 words that would assist someone in the times of despair. They all thought but could not come up with what was needed. The king was a bit disappointed, and he went into his chambers where his old servant met him. As the king's mother passed away at a very young age, he was raised majorly by this faithful servant. The king had tremendous respect for the servant, and so he presented his current problem to him. The old man said, "I'm not wise nor scholarly nor well-educated like the others, sir, but I do know of a message. During my life in the palace, I've met all sorts of people, and once I met a wizard who was invited by your father. To thank me, he gave me this message." The old servant wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to the king. "But don't read it," he said. "Keep it hidden in the ring and open it only when you have no other choice." Soon after, the kingdom was invaded and the king started to lose battles. He fled on his horse, followed by his enemies. He was alone and his enemies were many. With no other choice, a cliff lay ahead of him, and there was no way of return. He remembered the message inside the ring. He opened it, took out the piece of paper, and read the short message: "This too shall pass." As soon as he read the message, he felt a great sense of silence and empowerment enveloping him. His enemies got lost in the woods, and their horses were nowhere to be heard. The king was thankful to his old servant and the wizard. These words were incredible. He put the piece of paper back under the diamond in the ring and embarked on his journey back to his kingdom. The day he got back to his kingdom, all were feeling victorious. He was greeted with a big feast, and his happiness was spellbound. The old servant stood next to him and said, "This moment, too, is right for another look at the hidden message, Raja." The king was amused, and he replied, "Now that I'm victorious, people are celebrating. I'm not desperate or in a no-option situation. Why would I even look at the message?" The servant said, "Listen to me, sir. This message is relevant both in times of despair and in good times as well." The king opened the message again. "This too shall pass." The king again felt the great internal silence that he had felt before. Though he was celebrating, his pride and ego disappeared and diminished. The king understood the true meaning of the message, and he was enlightened. Just as everything in our external environment is constantly changing, The same is the case with everything in our internal environment. All our thoughts and feelings are like clouds in the sky, constantly arising and passing. The Buddhists call this phenomenon anicca, which means that everything is temporary or impermanent. Keeping this wisdom in our mind can heal and bring us comfort in challenging times, as well as cherish and savor the beautiful yet transitory gift that is life. 34. The Fox and the Grapes. The Fox and the Grapes is a popular fable about grit by Aesop, an ancient Greek storyteller. A famished fox saw some clusters of ripe black grapes hanging from a trellised vine. She resorted to all her tricks to get at them, but wearied herself in vain, for she could not reach them. At last she turned away, hiding her disappointment and saying, "The grapes are sour and not ripe as I thought." If you think something is not worth having, ask yourself, is that only because I think I'm unable to achieve it? 35. The Drunkard. The Drunkard is a story with a moral about seeking truth and wisdom. A policeman sees a drunk man searching for something under a streetlight and asks what the drunk has lost. He says he lost his keys, and they both look under the streetlight together. After a few minutes, the policeman asks if he is sure he lost them here, and the drunk replies, no, and that he lost them in the park. The policeman asks why he is searching here, and the drunk replies, "This is where the light is. Truth and wisdom are found where you least want to look." 36. The Scorpion and the Frog. The Scorpion and the Frog is a fable about trust, human nature, and malevolence. One of the many versions goes as follows. A scorpion asks a frog to carry him over a river. The frog is afraid of being stung, but the scorpion argues that if it did so, both would sink, and the scorpion would drown. The frog then agrees, but midway across the river, the scorpion does indeed sting the frog, dooming them both. When asked why, the scorpion points out that this is its nature. You can't outsmart human nature. Be realistic about changing vicious people. Sometimes they even act against their own interests. 37. Poseidon. Poseidon is a Kafkaesque short story about ego and hubris by, well, Franz Kafka. Poseidon was sitting at his desk working. The administration of all the waters was a huge task. He could have had as many assistants as he wanted, and in fact, he did have a large staff. But since he took his job very seriously and went through all the calculations himself anyway, assistants were of little use to him. One couldn't say that the work made him happy either. He only did it because it was his to do. Yes, he had often requested happier work, as he put it, but whenever they came back to him with suggestions, it turned out that nothing appealed to him as much as what he was doing. It was actually very difficult to find anything else for him. It was hardly possible to put him in charge of a particular sea, quite apart from the fact that the calculations involved were no less onerous, just more trivial, since great Poseidon was only ever in line for an executive post. And if he was offered a job in a different department, the very thought of it was enough to turn his stomach. His divine breath became restless. His bronze thorax quaked. Not that they took his complaints all that seriously. If a great power kicks up, then you have to be seen to give in to him, even in the most hopeless cause. No one seriously thought of having Poseidon removed from office. He had been god of the seas from the beginning of time, and would have to remain such. The thing that most angered him, and this was the principal cause of his unhappiness in his job, was when he got to hear what people thought it involved, that is, forever parting the waves with his trident. And when all the time he was sitting at the bottom of the ocean up to his ears in figures, the occasional visit to Jupiter was really the only break in the monotony, a visit, moreover, from which he usually returned in a towering bad temper. He hardly ever clapped eyes on the seas, only fleetingly on his hurried way up to Olympus, and he had never sailed them as such. He tended to say he was waiting for the world to end first because there was bound to be a quiet moment just before the end when he had signed off on his last calculation and would be able to take himself on a little cruise somewhere. The only thing more insane than the modern office workplace is what we make of it. Too often, it's our ego that's keeping us from walking away. 38. Two Little Mice. Two Little Mice is a story with a moral about perseverance. In the 2002 movie Catch Me If You Can, Frank Abagnale, Sr., Christopher Walken, receives the highest honor at his local Rotary Club. He tells the story at the beginning of his speech. Two little mice fell into a bucket of cream. The first mouse quickly gave up and drowned. The second mouse wouldn't quit. He struggled so hard that eventually he churned that cream into butter and crawled out. The moral of the story: it's not over until it's over. However, Mr. Abagnale must have read the Chinese farmer story. In an act of foreshadowing, he ends the story by saying, "Gentlemen, as of this moment, I am that second mouse." He was right. His good luck didn't last much longer in the movie. 39. The Hanoi Rat Bounty. The Hanoi Rat Bounty is a story with a moral about entrepreneurial spirit and perverse incentives. At the end of the 19th century, during French colonial rule, Hanoi was plagued by rats. Driven by the desire to modernize the city, the Governor-General instituted a bounty program. Citizens were paid a small amount of money for each rat they killed. However, given the health risks, the colonial government didn't want piles of rat corpses to be handed over to officials. So instead, they paid locals for every rat tail they brought in. The tails soon became an object of value. The rat hunters soon realized that they didn't have to kill the rodents. A released rat with a cut-off tail could breed again and produce more valuable tails. Needless to say, the bounty failed to achieve the desired results. The rat plague was now worse than before. Beware of cobra effects and the unintended negative consequences of your intervention. 40. A Useless Life. A Useless Life is a Zen story about wisdom and compassion. A farmer got so old that he couldn't work the fields anymore, so he would spend the day just sitting on the porch. His son, still working the farm, would look up from time to time and see his father sitting there. "He's of no use anymore," the son thought to himself. "He doesn't do anything." One day the son got so frustrated by this that he built a wood coffin, dragged it over to the porch, and told his father to get in. Without saying anything, the father climbed inside. After closing the lid, the son dragged the coffin to the edge of the farm where there was a high cliff. As he approached the drop, he heard a light tapping on the lid from inside the coffin. He opened it up. Still lying there peacefully, the father looked up at his son. "I know you are going to throw me over the cliff, but before you do, may I suggest something?" "What is it?" replied the son. "Throw me over the cliff if you like," said the father, "but save this good wood coffin. Your children might need to use it." There is almost no limit to the compassion parents have for their children. Having kids makes you care for your family beyond your own death. 41. The Shepherd's Boy and the Wolf. The Shepherd's Boy and the Wolf is a classic story with a moral about lying. It's the original moral story of the common phrase to cry wolf. A shepherd boy who watched a flock of sheep near a village brought out the villagers 3 or 4 times by crying out, "Wolf! Wolf!" And when his neighbors came to help him, laughed at them for their pains. The wolf, however, did truly come at last. The shepherd boy, now really alarmed, shouted in an agony of terror, "Pray do come and help me, the wolf is killing the sheep." But no one paid any heed to his cries, nor rendered any assistance. The wolf having no cause of fear, at his leisure lacerated or destroyed the whole flock. There is no believing a liar, even when he speaks the truth. Always tell the truth, or at least don't lie. 42. St. George in Retirement. St. George in Retirement is a story about obsession. It's a variation of the legend of St. George and the Dragon, and was penned by Australian philosopher Kenny Minogue to illustrate the history of liberalism. After many centuries of hopelessness and superstition, St. George, in the guise of rationality, appeared in the world somewhere about the 16th century. The first dragons upon whom he turned his lance were those of despotic kingship and religious intolerance. These battles won, he rested for a time, until such questions as slavery or prison conditions or the state of the poor began to command his attention. During the 19th century, his lance was never still, prodding this way and that against the inert scaliness of privilege, vested interest, or patrician insolence. But unlike St. George, he did not know when to retire. The more he succeeded, the more he became bewitched with the thought of a world free of dragons, and the less capable he became of ever returning to private life. He needed his dragons. He could only live by fighting for causes: the people, the poor, the exploited, the colonially oppressed, the underprivileged, and the underdeveloped. As an aging warrior, he grew breathless in his pursuit of smaller and smaller dragons, for the big dragons were now harder to come by. Not knowing when to quit is the first step of the descent into madness. Beware of St. George in Retirement syndrome, the obsession with pursuing a laudable goal. 43. The Blind Men and an Elephant. The Blind Men and an Elephant is an ancient Indian parable about objectivity. A group of blind men heard that a strange animal called an elephant had been brought to the town, but none of them were aware of its shape and form. Out of curiosity, they said, "We must inspect and know it by touch, of which we are capable." So they sought it out, and when they found it, they groped about it. The first person, whose hand landed on the trunk, said, "This being is like a thick snake." For another one, whose hand reached its ear, it seemed like a kind of fan. As for another person, whose hand was upon its leg, said, "The elephant is a pillar, like a tree trunk." The blind man who placed his hand upon its side said the elephant is a wall. Another, who felt its tail, described it as a rope. The last felt its tusk, stating the elephant is that which is hard, smooth, and like a spear. Each of our perspectives can be true, yet incomplete. More things can be true at once. 44. Learning to be silent. The very last of our stories with a moral is a koan about the immensely difficult task of holding one's tongue. A koan is a puzzling Zen story intended to reveal a greater truth, but it's as relevant as ever in the age of the social media pile-on. The pupils of the Tendai school used to study meditation before Zen entered Japan. 4 of them, who were intimate friends, promised one another to observe 7 days of silence. On the first day, all were silent. Their meditation had begun auspiciously, but when night came and the oil lamps were growing dim, one of the pupils could not help exclaiming to a servant, "Fix those lamps." The second pupil was surprised to hear the first one talk. "We are not supposed to say a word," he remarked. "You two are stupid. Why did you talk?" asked the third. "I am the only one who has not talked," concluded the fourth pupil. As opposed to logic, stories can mean different things to different people. The moral you take from one of our stories might differ. Perhaps you recognize something else in them depending on how the narrative relates to a personal experience. This is what makes the difference between a memorable life lesson and shallow fridge magnet wisdom. So feel free to collect, memorize, and retell the stories, and distill each one into your own thought-provoking quote or aphorism about life. 45. The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Summary. The Gift of the Magi is a short story written in 1905 by O. Henry. It's about a young couple, Jim and Della, who are struggling to make ends meet during the Christmas season. Despite their financial difficulties, they each want to buy a special gift for the other. They end up making sacrifices to do so, each giving up something they treasure to please the other. Theme. The Gift of the Magi displays the true meaning of gift giving, which is about the thought and love behind the gift rather than its material value. The couple's gifts to each other are ultimately meaningless in terms of their practical use, but their representation of love and sacrifice proves to be invaluable for both Jim and Della. Moral of the story. The story highlights the benevolent spirit of gift giving and reminds readers that the value of a gift is not in how much money was spent on it, but in the thought and love behind it. 46. The Man Who Planted Trees by Giorgione. For a human character to reveal truly exceptional qualities, one must have the good fortune to be able to observe its performance over many years. Summary. The Man Who Planted Trees is a short story by Giorgione, first published in 1953. The story is a fictional account of a man named Elzéar Bouffier, who lives in a remote valley in the French Alps and spends his life planting trees. Over the course of several decades, Bouffier single-handedly transforms the barren and desolate landscape into a lush and thriving forest, which has a profound impact on the surrounding environment and community. Theme. The Man Who Planted Trees highlights the power of individual action and the importance of environmental stewardship. The story emphasizes the transformative power of nature and highlights the impact that even one person can have on the world. Moral of the story. The story shows that small actions can have a big impact on the world. It serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving and protecting the natural world and of the power of individual action. It also encourages readers to take responsibility for the environment and to work toward a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the natural world. 47. The Three Questions by Leo Tolstoy. Remember then, there is only one time that is important, now. It is the most important time because it is the only time when we have any power. Summary. The Three Questions is a short story by Russian author Leo Tolstoy that was published in 1903. The story follows a king seeking answers to three questions. What is the best time to do things? Who is the most important person? What is the right thing to do? He offers a reward for the answers to these questions and consults with various advisors and wise men, but none can give him satisfactory responses. Eventually, he learns the answers to his questions through his own experiences and actions. Theme. The Three Questions portrays the importance of living in the present moment and taking personal action. The story emphasizes the futility of worrying about the past or the future and highlights the importance of engaging fully in all of life's moments. Moral of the story. The story teaches that the answers to life's big questions can only be found through action and experience rather than through intellectual inquiry alone. Tolstoy shows that the best way to live is with compassion and kindness toward others. It also encourages readers to cultivate a sense of mindfulness rather than being preoccupied with the past or the future. 48. The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. She was one of those pretty and charming women whose infatuation with luxury is their one form of heroism. Summary: The Necklace is a short story by Guy de Maupassant, first published in 1884. It follows the life of a woman named Mathilde Loisel, who is unhappy with her modest lifestyle and longs for wealth and luxury. One day, her husband secures an invitation to a fancy ball, and Mathilde borrows a diamond necklace from a wealthy friend to wear to the event. However, after the ball, she discovers that she has lost the necklace and spends years working to pay off the debt incurred by replacing it, only to learn that the original necklace was fake. Theme: The theme of The Necklace is the danger of materialism and the pursuit of social status. Mathilde's obsession with wealth and status blinds her to the comforts she has in her current life and leads her to make poor decisions that ultimately ruin her chances of happiness. Moral of the story: The story is a cautionary tale that teaches readers that material possessions and social status are not the keys to happiness. Matilda's relentless pursuit of luxury leads her to a life of poverty and misery, and her true happiness is found only when she accepts her circumstances and learns to appreciate the blessings in her life. 49. To Build a Fire by Jack London. The trouble with him was that he was without imagination. He was quick and alert in the things of life, but only in the things, and not in the significances. 50 degrees below zero meant 80-odd degrees of frost. Such fact impressed him as being cold and uncomfortable, and that was all. Summary: To Build a Fire is a short story by Jack London, first published in 1908. The story follows an unnamed man traveling through the Yukon wilderness on foot with his dog. Despite warnings from an experienced old-timer, the man sets out alone in frigid temperatures and attempts to build a fire to keep warm. However, when he encounters several setbacks, he ultimately succumbs to the cold while his dog manages to survive. Theme: To Build a Fire portrays the power and indifference of nature. It highlights the brutal conditions of the Yukon wilderness and the harsh reality that even the most prepared and experienced individuals can be no match for the forces of nature. While it's not inspirational in the traditional sense, it offers an important lesson about human fragility and our role in the world. Moral of the story: London's story highlights the importance of respecting and understanding the power of nature while limiting overconfidence. This is a cautionary tale against arrogance and hubris, and it emphasizes the importance of caution and humility when facing the unpredictable and unforgiving forces of nature. 50. The Parable of the Good Samaritan from the Bible. But a Samaritan, as he journeyed, came to where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion. Summary: The Parable of the Good Samaritan is a story told by Jesus in the Bible, found in Luke 10:25-37. It tells the story of a traveler who is beaten, robbed, and left for dead on the side of the road. A priest and a Levite, who were both considered to be religious leaders, passed by the man without helping. Then a Samaritan, who was an outsider and often looked down upon, stopped to help the man, tending to his wounds and providing for his needs. The Samaritan put the traveler on his donkey and brought him to an innkeeper who he paid to look after him. Theme: The Parable of the Good Samaritan is meant to teach people about the call to love and serve others, regardless of differences in background or status. It emphasizes the importance of acting with compassion, kindness, and generosity toward those in need. Moral of the story: The parable shows readers that everyone is our neighbor, and we are called to love and serve others without discrimination or prejudice, even to those who are considered an enemy. 51. The Pursuit of Happiness by Chris Gardner. The future was uncertain, Absolutely. And there were many hurdles, twists, and turns to come. But as long as I kept moving forward, one foot in front of the other, the voices of fear and shame, the messages from those who wanted me to believe that I wasn't good enough, would be stilled. Summary. The Pursuit of Happiness is a memoir by Chris Gardner that was published in 2006. It's an inspiring story that details Gardner's journey from homelessness to success as a stockbroker. The memoir describes the challenges he faced as a single father trying to provide for his son while struggling with poverty, homelessness, and no college degree. Theme: Gardner's rags to riches story portrays a life of resilience and perseverance. Despite facing seemingly insurmountable obstacles, he refused to give up on his dreams and continued to work hard toward achieving them. He showed incredible resilience in the face of adversity and remained determined to create a better life for himself and his son. Moral of the story: this story shows that with hard work, determination, and a positive attitude, anyone can achieve their dreams, no matter how difficult or impossible they may seem. It encourages readers to pursue their passions, never give up, and believe in themselves even when others may doubt them. 52. The Story of Colonel Sanders. I made a resolve then that I was going to amount to something if I could, and no hours, nor amount of labor, nor amount of money would deter me from giving the best that there was in me. And I have done that ever since, and I win by it. I know. Summary. The true-life account of Harlan Sanders, the founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, is an inspiring and motivational story of success despite many rejections. Sanders was born in Indiana in 1890 and worked a variety of odd jobs to support his siblings after his father's death. At 40 years old, he began cooking and selling fried chicken out of a gas station in Corbin, Kentucky, in the 1930s. He developed his own blend of 11 herbs and spices, and after that his business grew steadily over the next few decades, leading to the creation of the KFC franchise. Theme: the story of Colonel Sanders portrays perseverance and determination, even in the face of numerous setbacks and obstacles. Sanders refused to give up on his dream of creating a successful fried chicken business, and he continued to work tirelessly to achieve his goals. Moral of the story: Sanders' achievements teach us that success often comes from hard work, perseverance, and a refusal to give up in the face of adversity. Even when things seem bleak or impossible, it's important to keep pushing forward and striving to achieve your goals. With dedication and determination, anyone can achieve their dreams, just as Colonel Sanders did with his fried chicken empire. 53. Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. The cowards never started and the weak died along the way. That leaves us, ladies and gentlemen, us. Summary: Shoe Dog is a memoir written by Phil Knight, the co-founder of Nike Inc. Published in 2016, this story is an inspirational depiction of Nike, from its humble beginnings as a small startup company to a global giant in the athletic shoe industry. Just out of business school, Phil Knight borrowed $50 from his father and launched what would become one of the world's most iconic and profitable brands. Theme: the motivational story of Phil Knight highlights themes of perseverance and determination. Knight and his team faced numerous challenges throughout the company's journey, including financial difficulties, legal battles, and intense competition. However, they persevered and never gave up, ultimately achieving great success. Moral of the story: Shoe Dog shows that success comes from a combination of passion, hard work, and perseverance. Knight's story is an inspiring reminder that no matter how difficult the road may seem, if you believe in your vision and are willing to put in the effort, you can achieve great things. 54. Life is like a cup of coffee. A group of best friends decided to have their alumni get together at the residence of one of their favorite university professor. The professor was very popular among university students and had been mentor for many of them. They finalized to make a surprise visit to Professor. All planning was done, and on predefined date, they visited their most popular and old university professor's house. It was quite a happy moment for not only Professor, but even for the all friends, students of Professor, also as some of them were meeting after a long time. Everyone was trying to know whereabouts and the developments in their friend's life after leaving college. They shared with each other. How did they move ahead in life? Few became a good leaders having senior positions in corporate world, whereas few were doing good in the business world. All of them had got married and having wonderful family. Everyone had her own timing of life in achieving the milestones. There was quality conversation going on, but somehow the conversation soon diverted to complaints about work, relationships, stress, and tension in life. The professor offered them coffee and went to kitchen to ask his wife to prepare coffee for all his students. After 10-15 minutes, his beautiful wife came with a pleasant smile. One thing was to be noticed that she brought coffee in different kinds of cups. Crystal cups, glass cups, ceramic cups, shining ones, some plain-looking, some ordinary, some exquisite, and some expensive ones. The students thought that Professor may not have the same kind of cups and due to large number of guests. His wife has served the coffee in different cups. When all of them had a cup in hand, the professor said, "If you noticed, all the nice-looking and expensive cups are taken up, leaving behind the ordinary, plain, and cheap ones." It was a surprising moment as nobody noticed that there were some extra cups of coffee, and while having their cup, nobody took the ordinary cups and all of them were left on the serving tray. The professor continued, "Every one of you wanted the best cups. While it is, of course, normal for you to want only the best for yourselves, that can also be the source of much of your dissatisfaction, problems, and stress and tension in life." All the friends got confused and were looking towards Professor. They could not understand. What's the connection with having a coffee in chosen cup with the stress and tension of life? Professor continued further and explained after seeing their curious face. Be assured that the cup itself adds no quality to the coffee. In most cases, it is just more expensive, and in some cases even it hides what we drink. What you really wanted was coffee, not the cup. But you consciously went for the best cups, and then you began eyeing each other's cups. Always remember one thing: if life is coffee and jobs, money, status, or position in society and love, etc., are the cups. They are just tools to hold and contain life. The type of cup we have does not define or change the quality of life we live. Please don't let the cups drive you. Enjoy the coffee. Moral of motivational story. Most of the people concentrate only on the cup and fail to enjoy the coffee. We keep our focus on outside beauty and appearance, whereas the real quality and value lies inside. Savor the coffee and not the cups. The happiest people in this world don't have the best of everything. They just make the best out of everything. Sure, a nice-looking cup may help make the experience of drinking the coffee interesting, but no cup in the world, no matter how exquisite, can ever compensate for the horrid taste of bad coffee. In fact, it'd be undrinkable. So coffee inside cup is more important than the cup itself. At the end of the day, it is vital to know what does make you happy and what does complete you. There is no need to fret too much about how the cup looks like from outside. It is about the quality of its content, and we define what that very content means to us. Don't run for money, success, career, status, and prized possessions. Always try to live life with full of mindfulness. The true meaning of life is not materialistic achievements, but going that extra mile in the journey of life which enlighten you the real purpose of it. 55. Nail on the fence. Once there was a small town. A man was living happily with small family comprising his wife and a son. They had a beautiful house having lush green garden in front and backyard. As his son was growing up, he noticed that the little boy's behavior was getting changed. His son was developing a very bad temper. He tried to counsel him, but there was no result. The boy used to get angry very frequently, and often out of anger he used bad language. His words started hurting others. He scolded kids in school, neighbors, and even his friends due to anger. His friends and neighbors started avoiding him, and his parents were getting really worried about him. One beautiful morning, he called his son in his bedroom. The father had a plan to improve the behavior of his son. He gave him a bag of nails and a hammer, and said that every time the boy lost his temper, he had to hammer a nail into the wooden fence of the backyard. At first, it sounded strange to the young boy, but the boy followed his father's instructions, and on the very first day, he hammered 43 nails into wooden fence at the backyard. The father asked his son to notice how frequently boy was getting annoyed and angry in a particular day. This was alarming, and the little boy decided to control on his anger. The boy gradually began to notice the anger-generating moments deliberately. He tried to control his temper over the next few weeks, and the number of nails he was hammering into the fence slowly decreased. Finally, the day came when the boy didn't lose his temper at all. He told his father the news, and the father suggested that the boy should now pull out a nail every day he kept his temper under control. The days passed, and the young boy was finally able to tell his father that all the nails were gone. The boy learnt the art of getting rid of anger. He was very happy as he could change his behavior. The father took his son by the hand and led him to the wooden fence of backyard. The father said, "Excellent. You have done very well, my son, but look at the holes in the fence. The fence will never be the same. When you say things in anger, they leave a scar just like this one. You can put a knife in a man and draw it out. It won't matter how many times you say I'm sorry, the wound is still there." Moral of the inspirational story. Control your anger before it controls you. Many times, due to heat of the moments, we say things to others on which we feel regret later on. The words are like bullets which can never come back to weapon once triggered. Same way like bullets, words leave deep scars on the mind and souls of others. Those wounds are like holes in the fence, which are irreparable. You may apologize, taking the nails out of fence, but scar, holes in fence, will always remain there. Try to be mindful and be present in the moment. When you practice mindfulness, you become more aware of your thought patterns and behavior. You will start noticing the triggers which makes you angry. It will help you to change your response towards those stimulants. Another message from this inspirational story, apart from controlling your anger, is having good communication skills. When you work on that, you become conscious about your words selection. It helps you to speak calibrated sentences with controlled emotions. So good emotional health combined with good communication skills will help you to improve your existing relationships and build new relations, which in turn improve your overall personality. 56. Is the jar of your time full? Once I attended a seminar where the instructor was lecturing on time. At one point he said, "Okay, time for a quiz." He reached under the table and pulled out a wide-mouthed gallon jar. He set it on the table next to a platter with some fist-sized rocks on it. "How many of these rocks do you think we can get in the jar?" he asked. After we made our guess, he said, "Okay, let's find out." He set one rock in the jar, then another, then another. I don't remember how many he got in, but he got the jar full. Then he asked, "Is this jar full?" Everyone looked at the rocks and said, "Yes." The trainer said, "Ah." He reached under the table and pulled out a bucket of gravel. Then he dumped some gravel in and shook the jar, and the gravel went in all the little spaces left by the big rocks. Thereafter he grinned and said once more, "Is the jar full?" By this time, the participants guessed the answer from past experience. "Probably not," we said. "Good," he replied. Then he reached under the table and brought out a bucket of sand and started dumping the sand in the jar. It went into all of the little spaces left by the rocks and the gravel. Once more, he looked and said, "Is this jar full?" "No," we roared. He said, "Good." And he grabbed a pitcher of water and began to pour it in. He got something like a quart of water in that jar. Then he said, "Well, what's the point?" Somebody said, "Well, there are gaps, and if you work really hard, you can always fit some more things into your life." "No," he said, "that's not really the point. The point is this: put the big rocks in first." The trainer continued, "Now, I want you to recognize that this jar is your life. The fist-sized rocks are the important things: your physical and mental health, your family, your life partner and children, anything that is so important to you that if it were lost, it will make a big impact on your life and you would be nearly destroyed. The gravels are the other things in life that matter but lesser than the above ones. The gravels represent things like your career, job, house, friends, social connections, or car. The sand is everything else, the other small stuff in life. If you put the sand or the pebbles into the jar first, there is no room for the rocks. That's why I said the point is, put the big rocks in first." He continued, "I hope now you understand the same goes for your life. If you spend all your energy and time on the lesser important small stuff and materialistic things, you will never have space for the things that are truly most important. Pay attention to the things that are important in your life and spend time on the important." It was great food for thought for all the participants. It changed my approach towards managing time in life. Moral of the short story on time management. The story communicates few strong lessons. First, we all need to manage our jar of time and put the big rocks, important and top priority tasks, first. Prioritizing will help us to decide which task is to be done first and which one at later stage. Second, we need to achieve balance in life. We have a lot of time wasters in life. During that time, we can put gravels, moderate priority and value, sand, less priority, and water, no priority but important, as per the priority and space available. Making a balance of all these will bring more satisfaction in life. You just can't keep focus excessively on one thing and then completely neglect the other ones. Time is gold. It's precious. Spend it wisely and stop wasting time on unimportant things. Focus on the rocks. Stop wasting time. 57. Empty your cup. Once there was a university professor who was known as an extremely knowledgeable person. There were many research named to him in the field of philosophy. The professor had keen interest in Zen Buddhism practices and wanted to learn more about it. He visited a famous Japanese Zen master to learn the pearls of Zen wisdom. When he reached the Zen master's place, his disciples took him to the room of Zen master. Zen master's physical appearance was affable and his spirit was lofty. His face was shimmering and a lot of positive energy could be felt around him. After welcoming his visitor, the Zen master asked the professor the reason of his visit. The professor told him the motive of visit. "I've come to ask you to teach me about Zen." The Zen master asked the professor, "You are known for your knowledge everywhere. Please share something with me." The professor started telling about his research in different fields one by one. After some time, he started sharing his knowledge about Zen. The Zen master listened to him silently for an hour. Zen master interrupted and asked the professor if he would like to enjoy some tea. Knowing he should accept, the professor smiled and thanked the Zen master for his generosity. One of the Zen master's disciples disappeared, and then quickly reappeared with 2 cups and some steaming tea. The master started pouring the tea into the cup and smiled towards Professor. The professor kept continuing sharing his knowledge on Zen to the master. The Zen master was pouring the tea slowly, slowly, and the cup got filled fully. But he did not stop and kept pouring the tea in the cup. The tea started overflowing on the table. The professor noticed it and continued to watch as it overflowed. Soon the tea started falling on the robes of Professor, and he could no longer restrain himself. The professor put his hand up and exclaimed, "Stop! Can't you see? The cup is full already. It's overflowing. No more will go in." The Zen master did not stop, and still he kept pouring tea. The professors got angry and rushed towards the gate. The Zen master called him, "Professor, please listen." The professor did not stop. The master ran behind him and stopped him. The Zen master calmly explained him the reason behind kept pouring the tea in the cup, even after it overflowed. Zen master said, "You are here to ask questions, yet you come full. You have your own ideas and have no space. Until you have room for more, you will not accept new information. You are like that cup of tea. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" This classic Zen master story communicates few very strong messages that you need to stay humble, open ourselves to new ideas, be willing to change your preconceptions, and be receptive to new learning. Even though you may be full of knowledge, you should always be open to the fact that there is still more to learn. You need to learn the art of unlearning, empty your cup, so that you can learn new things. Preconceived ideas and prejudices always prevent us from seeing the truth. Empty your cup so that it may be filled. Become devoid to gain totality. Tilda Bruce Lee. This inspirational story also shows the approach we should have in conflict resolution and communication. We should allow other person to speak and express her grievances or point of view. If you will start telling your concerns, the person at other end will never listen what you have to say. First, empty his cup and listen her concerns. Once it's done, it will only help you understand her view, but also help you to make her listen what you want to communicate. It emphasizes the importance of listening in communication. The Zen parable also shows how much ego plays a role in our social interactions. We feel we know everything and we are not ready to listen others. Quite often we tune out others' words, thinking instead about what we are going to say next. We must come out of our ego, and there is always a new way to look at things, a new rock to turn over, and different viewpoints to consider. 58. You are made to fly high. Long time ago, someone gifted 2 eaglets, baby eagles, to a king. The breed of eaglets was very good, and the king had never seen such magnificent eaglets before. The king was very pleased with the gift and decided to hire an experienced caretaker for them. After some time, King saw that both of them were quite big, and now they are looking fantastic than earlier. The king said to the man taking care of the eagles, "I want to see their flight. You signal them to fly in the sky." The man did the same. Both eagles started fluttering as soon as they saw the signal. But where one eagle was touching the heights of the sky, the other flew for some seconds and returned to the branch where it was earlier sitting, the same branch from where he started flying. After seeing this, the king felt something strange. He became curious to know the reason of the contrasting behavior of eagles. King asked the caretaker, "What's the matter where an eagle is flying so well, the other one is not trying to fly?" The caretaker replied, "Yes. This is the problem from the beginning with this eagle. He does not leave this branch." Both the eagles were adorable to King, and he desperately wanted to see the second eagle too flying high in the sky. Next day, he announced in the whole state that the person who will manage to fly higher this eagle will be rewarded with heavy prizes. After announcement, many intellectual and knowledgeable persons came and tried to apply the knowledge they had to make the eagle fly high, but no one was successful. Even after the passage of a couple of weeks, there was no improvement in the eagle. He used to fly a little bit and put it back and sit down. The king, too, lost hope and almost gave up. Then one day something strange happened. The king saw that both of them were flying high in the sky. He did not believe on his eyes and immediately called the caretaker. The caretaker informed the king, "Yes, the second eagle is also flying high in the sky. One man has been successful in making the second eagle fly high." The king asked the caretaker to bring the person who had done this feat. Next day, he was then brought before the king, where the king was eagerly waiting with the promised prize. The king came to know during interactions that the man was a simple farmer. He said, "I simply cut the branch on which he had an habit of sitting." After offering the gold currencies in his reward, the king said, "I am very pleased with you. Just tell me, how did you do this which the great scholars and highly qualified people could not do?" The farmer said, "Your Highness, I am a simple farmer. I don't have knowledge like scholars. I just simply cut down the branch on which the eagle had an habit of sitting. As there was no branch, he had no option but to fly, and which he did very well." Just as the eagle didn't realize that he could actually fly so high and always liked to remain on the branch, we also sometimes underestimate ourselves and don't realize our true potential. In life, we become habituated of doing certain things. We keep doing what we are doing, and we forget about our high-flying capacity. We are all made to fly high in life, but like eagle, we also prefer to remain on the branch of our comfort zone. After the farmer had cut the branch, the eagle had no option but to come out of his comfort zone and start working. Only then he realized its true potential. Therefore, to fly high in life and unlock our true potential, it is necessary that we cut the branch of comfort zone which is becoming a hindrance in success. Great things in life are only achieved out of the comfort zone. The story also gives a powerful message that sometimes we can begin our flight with some gentle training, like happened in the case of First Eagle. Other times, we need something much more drastic, like our branch cut off so that we have no other choice but to flap our wings and fly, like happened in the case of Second Eagle. Just like a ship is not made for the harbor and the eagle is not designed to sit on the branch, you and I weren't created for a mediocre life. You are made to fly high in life. There is more to life than to settle for the familiar, the mundane, the comfort zones, or the safe zones. 59. 100 Camels. Long back, a young boy named James lived in a deserted village located in the vicinity of a desert. He was an educated person and doing business in surrounding areas. He had a beautiful wife and cute son in his family, but he was not happy with his life. Every now and then he had to face a new problem in life. He always used to get worried and kept thinking about the problems. Once a saint from distant city of James came along with caravan of 100 camels outside his village and decided to stay there for a few days. Soon there were talks all around the nearby villages that Saint solves the problems of people with his wisdom. People began to reach him with their problems. James also came to know about this, and he also decided to visit the saint. When James reached the place, there was a huge crowd of hundreds of people. After waiting for a long time, James' turn came for meeting with Saint. He asked Saint, "Holy man, I am very unhappy with my life. All the time, the problems surround me. Sometimes the business tension is there, sometimes family problems, and sometimes I am worried about my health. Please tell such a solution that all the problems from my life come to an end and I can live happily." Saint smiled and said, "Son, it is very late today. I will give your answer tomorrow morning. But will you do a small thing for me?" James agreed to do the needful for the saint. The saint said, "Look, son, there are 100 camels in our caravan. The caretaker of them has fallen sick today. I want you to take care of them tonight. Just ensure that all the camels sit down and take proper rest. When all the 100 camels will sit down, then you can also go and sleep." After guiding James, the saint went to his tent. The next morning, Saint met James and asked, "My son, I hope you had quality sleep last night." James felt miserable and replied, "No, I could not sleep even for a single moment. I tried a lot, but I could not make all the camels sitting down." Saint smiled and said, "I knew this would be the case. So far, it has never happened that all these camels sit together." James asked in the voice of anguish, "Then why did you ask me to do this?" Saint replied, "Son, did you notice what have you experienced last night? No matter how much you tried, all the camels did not sit together. If you ensured the camels on one side have sat, then on other side you would have found few others camels standing." Saint continued, "Similarly, when you solve one problem, then for some reason or other you will find problems keep coming in life. As long as you will live, these problems will keep arising, sometimes less and sometimes more." "So what should we do?" James asked curiously. Saint replied, "Despite these problems, learn to enjoy the life. If you noticed what happened last night, there were many camels which sat down by themselves, for many of you had to put some effort, but many camels did not sit even after your enormous efforts." James confirmed that exactly same happened last night. Saint smiled and said, "And if you went back after some time, you would have found that some of camels who did not sat even after your lot of efforts have now sat themselves." James replied, "Yes, it happened last night." Saint asked, "Did you understand something from this?" James did not have any answer and was looking towards Saint with curious eyes. The Saint continued, "Problems are like camels. Some problems get solved themselves. Some get solved when you put some effort. And some problems do not get solved, even after trying your best. Trust the timings of your life and leave such problems on time. At right time, these problems themselves will come to an end." James was stunned with camel-sitting metaphor. Now he had altogether new perspective towards problems of life. As Saint mentioned in this short motivational story, if there is life, then some problems will always exist. But this does not mean that you keep thinking about them all day long. If that happens, then the caretaker of the camels can never sleep. Put your best efforts to solve the problems. Even after your best efforts, if few problems are not in your control, keep such problems aside and enjoy life. Live the life mindful way and have peace of mind. When their time comes, those problems will get solved themselves. Learn to thank God for the blessings He had already given. Sufferings will diminish itself. 60. Self-appraisal. One beautiful winter morning when the sun was fairly up in the sky, a little boy reached on a grocery shop having telephone booth in it. He saw a soda carton. He reached to the carton and pulled it near the telephone booth. Then he climbed onto the carton so that he could reach the buttons on the phone and proceeded to punch in 10 digits. The store owner observed and curiously listened to the conversation the boy had. Little boy asked, "Madam, I am a poor boy. Can you give me the job of grass cutting in your lawn?" Woman, at the other end of the phone line, replied, "Sorry, I already have someone to cut my lawn." Little boy said, "Madam, I will cut your lawn for half the price of the person who cuts your lawn now." Woman replied, "I'm very satisfied with the person who is presently cutting my lawn. He is doing a good job." Little boy, with more perseverance, said, "Madam, I'll even sweep your curb and your sidewalk so on Sunday you will have the prettiest lawn in all of Palm Beach, Florida." Woman, "No, thank you." With a smile on his face, the little boy replaced the receiver. The store owner, who was listening to all this conversation, walked over to the boy. Store owner said, "Son, I liked your attitude. I also liked your positive spirit and would like to offer you a job." Boy replied, "No, thanks. I appreciate your job offer to me." Store owner said, "But you were really pleading for one when you were talking to the lady over phone." Little boy replied, "No, sir, I was just checking my performance at the job I already have. I am the one who is working for that lady I was talking to." This is what we call self-appraisal. In fact, it's not only self-appraisal, it's proactive self-appraisal. This inspiring story encourages seeking proactive feedback. Always try to get feedback from others and be ready to work constructively on that. These feedback help you to take corrective actions before things getting worse. Not only this, those feedback will boost your self-confidence when you receive a positive one on your work, like happened with the little boy in the above story. One more thing I would like to mention. If you have noticed every time if you don't get ahead of others, you start blaming others for it. You should look to yourself, self-appraisal, and do a healthy comparison. Find your own weaknesses and work hard to throw away your weaknesses. Nobody will be able to replace you for your current job. 61. Everything happens for good. This is an old story of a king in India who had a very close friend with whom he grew up. The king used to spend his lot of time along with his best friend. His friend had a habit of looking at every situation that ever occurred in his life, positive or negative, with optimism and remarking, "This is good. Everything happens for good." He always tried to look at the things with different perspective and find out positive impacts of whatever happens in life. The gun misfired and blown off the thumb of the king. His friend had apparently done something wrong while loading and preparing the gun. Both of them got shocked, and immediately first aid was done. After this, examining the situation, the friend remarked as usual, "This is good. Everything happens for good." The king got angry that my thumb has been blown off due to his mistake. Still his friend is saying, "This is good." The king replied with annoyance, "No, this is not good," and immediately ordered to send his friend to jail. About a couple of months later, the king was hunting in an area that he should have known to avoid. Cannibals captured him and took him to their village. They tied his both hands, collected some wood, set up a stake, and bound him to the stake. As they came close to set fire to the wood, they noticed that the king was missing a thumb. Being superstitious cannibals, they never ate anyone that was less than whole. So the cannibals untied the king and sent him on his way. As the king returned home, he remembered the incident that had blown off his thumb and felt sad for his treatment to his friend. The king immediately went to the jail to apologize. The king requested his friend to forgive him and said, "You were right. It was good that my thumb was blown off on that day during hunting." And he proceeded to tell the friend all that had just happened and how cannibals freed him due to his missing thumb. The kind said, "I am very sorry for sending you to jail after getting annoyed on that day. It was a bad decision on my part. Please forgive me." "No," his friend replied. "That was good. Everything happens for good." The king got surprised with his positivity and asked, "What do you mean? How was that good?" "How could it be good in any way that I sent my friend to jail for a couple of months?" questioned the king. His friend smiled and replied, "If I had not been in jail, I would have been with you. The cannibals would have killed me and made me their food." Whatever happens in life happens for good. Every incident in life has connection with future incidents, which we are not able to see at that point of time. We are only able to relate it back once that connecting future incident happens. When we connect those past incidents, we realize the significance. Therefore, we should always be optimistic and look brighter parts of the things. The story also inspires to practice gratitude in life. Whatever happens, we should be thankful for what we have instead of getting sad about what we have lost. We must focus our spotlight on the positive parts and look at the things with wholeness. 62. The baby camel and his mother. Once upon a time, there was a baby camel. Calf lived with her mother. It was beautiful weather one Sunday afternoon. The mother and the baby camel were lying around under a tree. The baby camel was very curious about the things and always tried to learn from her mother. The calf put his curiosity cap on and asked, "Mother, may I ask you some questions?" The mother replied, "Sure. Why not, my son? Tell me what is bothering you." Getting a positive nod from her mother, the baby camel asked, "Why do camels have humps?" The mother camel smiled and replied to the innocent question of calf, "We, camels, are desert animals. We spend our life in deserts. In desert areas there is scarcity of water. We have the humps to store water so that we can survive for many days with very little water." The baby camel was very happy after getting the answer from her mother. He thought for a moment and asked second question, "Okay, mother, why are our legs long and we have large, soft, and rounded feet?" The mama replied, "The camels are called ships of the desert. The camel's long legs helps to keep their bodies further away from the hot ground, and they have large, soft feet so they won't sink into the sand. They are meant in such a way so that we can walk properly in the desert. With these legs, we can move around the desert better than anyone does." The baby camel paused. After a beat, the baby camel asked, "Mom, I would like to know, why do we have long eyelashes? They are so long that sometimes they get in my way and I am not able to see properly." The mother camel responded, "My son, those long, thick eyelashes are your protective cover. Those long, thick eyelashes protect your eyes from the desert sand when it blows in the wind." The baby thought for a while. Then he said, "I see. So the hump is to store water when we are in the desert. The legs are for walking through the desert, and these eyelashes protect my eyes from the desert." The mom replied, "Exactly, my son. You got everything correctly." The baby camel looked like a bit confused now. He asked, "If God has given us so many talents to live in deserts, then what the hell are we doing in the zoo?" This time, Mother Camel went speechless. The story of a mother and a curious baby camel tells more of how we can be useless living, work, and even learning in the wrong environment. Skills, knowledge, talents, abilities, and experiences are only useful if you are at the right place. There's no possibility of growing and excelling in an environment that limit your skills, knowledge, and potentials. 63. Sharpen your axe. Once upon a time, there were two woodcutters named Charles and John. Both of them were from same town. They were often at loggerheads over who chopped more wood. So one beautiful morning they decided to hold a woodcutting competition to determine the winner between them. The rules of competition were pretty simple. Whoever produces the most wood in a day wins. They moved towards woodland nearby. Both of them took up their positions in the jungle and started cutting away trees in their fastest possible speed. Chop, chop, chop. The sound of axes hitting wood echoed throughout the forest, and both contestants matched the opponent's stroke for stroke. This lasted for an hour, and all of a sudden Charles stopped. When John noticed that there was no chopping sound from Charles's side, he thought, "Aha! Charles must be tired already." And he continued to chop down his trees with double motivation and pace. A quarter of an hour passed, and John heard his opponent chopping again. After this, both Charles and John carried on synchronously. John was starting to feel exhausted, and the chopping from Charles stopped once again. Feeling motivated and sensing victory close by, John continued on with a huge smile on his face. But after 15 minutes, John could hear the chopping sound again from Charles' end. John brought his all energy together and kept cutting the trees to go ahead with the competition. This went on the whole day. Every hour, Charles would stop chopping the wood for 15 minutes while John kept going persistently. So in the evening when the competition ended, John was totally confident that he would take the triumph. But to John's surprise, Charles had actually chopped down more wood. With a disappointing face, John asked, "How did this even happen? How could you have cut down more trees than me? You worked for less time than me. I heard you stop working every hour for 15 minutes. Charles smiled and replied, Well, John, it's in fact very simple. Every time I stopped work, while you were still chopping down trees, I was sharpening my axe. In today's competitive environment, everybody, everywhere seems to be busy. Most of the people are just too busy doing and trying to achieve success like John. They do not spare essential time required to enhance their knowledge and renew themselves, to learn and grow, to sharpen the axe. 64. 5 more minutes. It was cozy morning in the winters, and sun rays were giving soothing effect on the body. Robert took out some time from his busy schedule and went to the park near his house. His 5-year-old daughter Claudia was insisting him that she wants to play in the playground of the garden. They reached at park and Claudia started playing on the toy bike in the garden. Robert sat on a bench near the playground and started observing his daughter. After half an hour, a young woman came and sat down next to Robert. Robert was feeling quite happy while he was looking towards her daughter. The lady sitting next to him smiled and said, "That's my son over there." She pointed to a little chubby boy in a blue sweater who was gliding down the slide. "He's a cute-looking boy," Robert said. "That's my daughter on the bike in the pink dress." Then, looking at his watch, Robert called to his daughter. "What do you say, Claudia? Shall we go now?" Claudia pleaded, "No, just 5 more minutes, Dad. Please, just 5 more minutes." Robert nodded and Claudia continued to ride her bike to her heart's content. 15 minutes passed and Robert stood and called again to his daughter. "Come on, Claudia, it's time to go now." Claudia again pleaded, "5 more minutes, Dad. Give me just 5 more minutes." Robert smiled and said, "Okay, sweetheart." Claudia continued playing. She was really enjoying and Robert was smiling and watching her. His eyes were filled with full of happiness. After 15 minutes or so, same thing got repeated. Robert called Claudia, and she pleaded to allow her to play for few more minutes. Robert happily permitted her to play for some more time. The woman sitting next to Robert was observing all this and was quite surprised with the behavior of Robert. She said, "You certainly are a patient father. I appreciate your efforts to entertaining your daughter's request again and again with smiling face. If I would have been at your place, I would have certainly got annoyed." Robert smiled and then replied, "Her older brother John was killed by a drunk driver last year while he was riding his bike and coming back home. I never spent much time with John, and now I would give anything for spending just 5 more minutes with him. I vowed not to make the same mistake with Claudia. She thinks she has 5 more minutes to ride her bike. The truth is, I get 5 more minutes to watch her play." In today's competitive environment, everyone gives more priority to career and work. People have hectic routines to achieve their goals in professional life. You should always ensure to maintain a good work-life balance. Spend some time with your family members and friends. In the story, Robert learned the hard way to prioritize his family on top of all others. No matter how busy things get, don't forget to spend time with people that matters to you. Another great message conveyed through this story is to learn from your past mistakes, accept them, and ensure not to repeat them in future. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. The story also conveys the importance of living in the present moment. Robert imbibed this in his life and understood the importance of present moment. He was not only noticing the happiness of Claudia after getting 5 more minutes, he also had self-awareness that actually he is giving 5 more minutes to himself to watch her daughter playing. I have found that most of the people say they are earning and doing hard work for their children. I agree that money is an important aspect for their education and other needs, but ensure to spare some time out of your busy schedule to spend along with them. Be it playing along with them, going to movies, play zones in malls, or cycling along with them, it all will help you enhancing bonding and also burst your stress. 65. The window seat. Once upon a time in Durban, Two men, both seriously ill, admitted to same hospital. They occupied the same hospital room. One patient had window in the side wall, or you can say had the window seat or bed, while the other one had simple wall without any windows in it. The patient having his bed next to the room's only window was allowed to sit up in his Fowler bed for an hour every day in the afternoon to help drain the fluid from his lungs. The other patient had to spend all his time flat on his back. Both the patients became friends soon and used to talk for hours every day. They used to speak about their families, friends, and occupation. They also talked about their involvement in the military service and about their holiday. Every afternoon, when the patient in the bed by the window could sit up, he would pass the time by describing to his roommate all the beautiful things he could see outside the window. The patient in the other bed began to live for those 1-hour periods where his world would be broadened and enlivened by all the activity and color of the world outside. The patient with the window seat used to sit by window and describe to his roommate how the window overlooked a park with a lovely lake. Ducks and swans played on the water while children sailed their model boats. Young lovers walked arm in arm amidst flowers of every color, and a fine view of the city skyline was visible in the distance. As the patient by the window seat described all this in exquisite details, the patient on the other side of the room would close his eyes and imagine this picturesque scene. The other patient grieved the death of his roommate. As the days passed by, he started missing the way his roommate described the view out of the window. In a hope to have a glimpse out of the window and the beautiful world outside, the other patient asked, "Shift him on bed next to the window." The nurse was happy to make the switch, and after making sure he was comfortable, she left him alone. Though he improved on his health conditions, yet he was not comfortable enough to sit on his own. Slowly, painfully, he propped himself up on one elbow to take his first look at the real world outside. He strained to slowly turn to look out the window besides the bed. It was surprising to him. The window faced a simple wall. The patient asked the nurse what could have compelled his deceased roommate to describe such beautiful and wonderful things outside this window. The nurse responded that the patient was blind and could not even see the wall. She said, "Perhaps he just wanted to make you happy." The story is simply heart-touching and communicate many important messages. First one, there is nothing more satisfying than to see someone smile. And above all, to know that you are the reason behind that smile makes you more satisfied. Spread happiness and bring sunshine in the life of others. When you make others happy, everyone see you as a positive and happy person. It helps you build strong, loving relationships. The easiest path to happiness lies in making others happy. Second, have courage and accept the situations. The bling patients accepted the adversity, blindness. He was happy person spreading happiness and smile in surrounding environment. Third, be mindful and live in the present moment. Though the patient on the bed away from window could not see outside, yet he was mindful and enjoying the beauty outside as described by the patient near the window seat. To conclude, share and spread happiness around you. It is the best way to keep yourself and others happy. 66. The Retiring Carpenter. There was a highly skilled carpenter who was just about to retire. He was retiring after a long and dedicated career in building houses. He was master in his work and was extremely famous for his extraordinary work. At the very beginning of his career, when he joined a prominent contractor, he had been required to make a very special promise. The carpenter had to promise the contractor that every house he built would be built as if it was the most important project he had ever been given. He also had to promise that every house would be built with full of creativity, dedication, love, and care. Getting ready to retire, the carpenter went into his boss's office to inform him about his plans. The carpenter said, "The house I have just completed would be my last. I would like to retire from the services now." The boss said, "I am sorry to see you are leaving our organization. May I request you to be kind enough to do a final favor for me?" The carpenter replied, "Please, sir, tell me what can I do for you?" The boss said, "Just build me one more house, then you're free to go." The carpenter, who respected his boss to a great extent, agreed and immediately started to work on the new house. But unlike every other house he had built over the past few years, he did not use the full extent of his expertise with this final one. He took every shortcut he knew to finish the project in record time. The only reason behind it was he wanted to begin his second innings after retirement at the earliest. He cut corners, used inferior material, and hurried to get the task over with. Within weeks, the carpenter completed the house. And finally, the carpenter called his employer and showed him the house. The employer was very happy and grateful to him. He said to the carpenter in a gentle tone, "Thanks for doing this personal favor for me." Then the employer handed over the carpenter some papers and keys to the front door and said, "These are for you. The house you just built is my parting gift for all your years of hard work and dedication." The carpenter was astounded. He could not believe that the home he had just built was his own. If he had known this, he would have put his very best into it. The motivational story, The Retiring Carpenter, communicates a very strong message. You must keep your promises and fulfill your commitments. The carpenter broke his early promise. He failed to keep the promise he had made to his employer and to himself, the promise that he would do his work with excellence and true mastery of his craft. As a result, he did not put in his full efforts to build his own house. Just because he breached his commitment, he ended up living in the only inferior home that he had ever built. Similarly, in our life we break promises and end up living in less than ideal circumstances, circumstances that we have created by our own actions. The short motivational story makes us to realize that whatever we do in our day-to-day life, we should do it with utmost passion and love, just like it's for your own self. 67. Life is a race. Once upon a time, in a small village, lived a young athletic boy. He was a very good runner. One day, that boy participated in running competition held in village. A large crowd had gathered to witness the sporting spectacle. And a wise old man, upon hearing of the little boy, had traveled far to bear the witness also. In that competition, he competed with other two little boys. The race commenced, looking like a level heat at the finishing line. The little boy sure enough called on his determination, power, and strength. He took the winning line and came first. The crowd was ecstatic and cheered and waved at him. Little boy felt proud and important. The wise man, however, remained still and calm, expressing no sentiment. Later, a second race was called, and in this race, two new young and fit challengers came forward and run in competition with little boy. The race was started, and sure enough the little boy came through and finished first once again. Crowd was ecstatic again and cheered and waved at the little boy. The wise man remained still and calm, again expressing no sentiment. The little boy, however, again felt proud and more important. He started to plead, "Another race! Another race!" Seeing this, the wise old man stepped forward and presented the little boy with two new challengers. Among new challengers, one was an elderly, frail old lady and other was a blind man. "What's this?" quizzed the little boy. "This is no race," he exclaimed. Old wise man replied, "Race." After all were set on starting line. Race started, and boy was only one to finish that race, leaving two challengers standing at the starting line. The little boy was ecstatic and raised his arms in delight. But to his surprise, this time, no one from crowd was cheering. Everyone was just looking at him silently, showing no sentiment. "What has happened? Why not do the people join in my success?" little boy asked wise old man. Wise old man replied, "Race again. But this time finish together, all three of you. Must finish together." Little boy thought for a while and then again went to starting line and stood in middle of frail old lady and the blind man. Then he took both the challengers by the hand. The race began and the little boy started to walk slowly, ever so slowly, to the finishing line and crossed it. This time, at end of race crowd was delighted. They smiled, cheered, and waved at the little boy. The wise old man smiled, gently nodding his head. Little boy felt proud but still didn't understand why crowd was not cheering him before, but now cheering when all three of them finished race together. He asked old man about it. "Old man, I understand not. Who are the crowd cheering for? Which one of us three?" The wise old man looked into the little boy's eyes, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders. He replied softly, "Little boy, in this race you have won much more than in any race you have ever run before. You have won people's respect, and for this race crowd cheer not for any winner. They cheer to show the respect how you ran. You see, in life, your life, what are you running for? Are you hungry for success? Is winning the only measurement of success for you in your life? Who are you running against? If you always win against everybody, then soon the people will stop cheering for you. At the end of your life, if you look back, the question is, who was running next to you in the race? If they were weaker and old, did you help them to get across the line? Did you all finish together? Because that is the best race you can ever run. So run. Run this race called life. But don't forget, it is not important if you win, it is important how you run this race. 68. Rich Dad and Wise Son. In a big country, a man was living along with his family. The man had abundance of wealth. He had a son, and one day he took his son on a trip to the country. The dad's sole purpose was to show his son how do poor people live, so the son could appreciate his good fortune. During their journey, they reached in a small village. There, they spent a couple of days and nights on the farm of what would be considered a very poor family. On their return from their trip, Dad asked to his son, "How was the trip, my son?" The son replied with an excitement, "It was a great trip, Dad." The rich dad asked, "Did you see how the poor people live?" The purpose of journey was to make you understand how fortunate you are having born in such a wealthy family. "Oh yeah," said the son, and smiled towards his father. The father asked, "So my dear son, tell me, what did you learn from the trip?" The wise son answered, "Dad, I notice a lot of things on poor people living. I saw that we have one dog and they had three. We have a swimming pool that reaches to the middle of our garden, and they have a river that has no end. We have imported designer lanterns in our garden and on our terrace, and they have the stars at night. Our patio reaches to the front yard, and they have the whole horizon." The father got a bit confused with his son's answers. The son had continued, "We have a small piece of land to live on, and they have fields which go beyond our sight. We have servants who serve us, but they serve others." The wise son's learning did not end yet. The son kept continue express his trip experiences. "We buy our food, but they grow theirs. We have walls around our property to protect us. They have friends to protect them. We spend out free time with television and mobiles. They spend their free time with family and relatives." The son summed up his experience on trip to the village. "Thanks, Dad, for showing me how poor we are." The wise son's response left the rich dad speechless. This short, inspiring story communicates a very powerful message that we should not run after money. Money can buy clothes or gadgets or cars or big house or many other things which gives you comfort. But there are few things which money cannot buy. It's simplicity, love, kindness, compassion, friendships, values, family that makes your lives rich. Most of the people forget what they have in life and concentrate on what they don't have. What is one person's worthless object is another's prized possession. It is all about one's perspective. How does she look at it? Sometimes it takes the perspective of a child to remind us what's important in life. 69. The Saint and the Scorpion. Once upon a time, there was a wandering ascetic monk on his way in the range of Himalayas. One beautiful morning on a sunny day, he came across a shallow river, which he had to cross to move further. The moment he was about to enter his feet in the river, he mindfully noticed a scorpion helplessly treading the water and struggling to come out of the river. It was almost touching the bank, but not enough to gain hold of the ground. The sage knew that the scorpions can't swim, and if he didn't save the scorpion, it would drown. The saint decided to save it. Therefore, the saint carefully picked up the struggling scorpion in his left palm with the intention to place it on the nearby dry land. When the monk was just about to set it down gently on dry land, all of a sudden the scorpion stung his finger and rushed off the palm in rage, landing in the water again. It resumed its struggle to come out of water. The sage caressed his ailing left hand with his right. His body was in extreme pain, but his mind was calm and composed. Bearing in mind that the scorpion could lose its life, this time the sage used right hand to lift the scorpion out of river water. However, the scorpion panicked and stung again. Once again, it sped off the palm and fell in the river water, resuming its struggle to come out. The monk was left with both his hands singed with unbearable pain. But Sage was not the one to give up. He tried to save the scorpion again. This time he cupped his hands together and lifted the scorpion in one swift movement. Before Scorpion could react, the monk safely dropped it on the dry land. The scorpion disappeared into the pebbles that lay near the bank. The sage felt ecstatic, for he succeeded in carrying out his perseverance and saving the scorpion's life. He thought it was worth the pain. At a distance, oblivious to the sage, a man, surprised and shocked, had watched the whole episode. He swiftly approached the monk and said, "Pray, can I ask you a question, please?" "Yes, you may," replied the monk. The man said, "First of all, in my opinion, there was no need to save a scorpion. It's good for nothing and does not do well to anybody. Secondly, if you tried to save him out of kindness or compassion, you could have tried simply once. I am quite surprised that even after it stung you so ungratefully, you persisted with your efforts to save him. Please tell me the reason. Why? How come you did not just stomp on it after it stung you?" "Oh, that's pretty simple, my dear child," the sage replied, gently rubbing his stung hands against each other. "This was a scorpion, a creature whose nature is to sting, to give pain, to panic, and to harm other. It is known for not showing any signs of kindness or compassion. It is supposed to be weak, whereas I am a monk who is supposed to spread unconditional love, kindness, and compassion everywhere. I am supposed to be the strong one, with my values and principles, my philosophy and ethics, my lifestyle and practices, my elevated emotional and mental state. I am supposed to cleanse and transform the other individual. Am I right, young man?" The young man nodded in agreement. The monk continued, "Well then, when a creature as small, weak, and lowly as a scorpion does not change its basic nature, its traits, and its reactions in the presence of a holy man, should I, the one who is supposed to be a sage, let go off my virtuous conduct, my behavior in the presence of a scorpion? Am I now so helpless to allow a stingy creature to change me, shrug off my principles and virtues? Scorpion did what its basic nature is, and I did what is my basic nature. It retained its behavior, and I mine. My dharma is to help any creature of any kind, human or animal, and that is what I did." The man prostrated at the feet of the saint and expressed his gratitude for the profound wisdom saint shared with him. While we interact with different people in day-to-day life, it's normal to have disagreements, rather I must say, it's pretty natural. You will come across different type people resembling from scorpions to saints, grateful to thankless, weak to strong, good to bad, and so forth. If they are able to change your behavior, provoke you, make to react, throw you off balance, they are much stronger than you. In difficult conditions or during conflict situations, if you keep your calm and retain your goodness, you will emerge as a winner. You should never let your actions, thoughts, and words to be affected by the negative behavior of others. The darkness in others' hearts should not be allowed to penetrate into the lightness of your heart. If you lower yourself down to their level, treating them the way they have treated you, this will invariably means they have won because you have become like them. 70. The Black Balloon. There was a man who made his living selling balloons at a beach. He was center of attraction for the small kids who were coming to beach along with their families to spend the quality time. The balloon seller used to sell balloons of many different colors, including red, yellow, blue, orange, pink, violet, and green. He knew how well the different colors attract the children. Whenever the business used to get slow, he had a wonderful strategy to boost his sales. What the balloon seller used to do is to release a helium-filled balloon into the air. When the children saw the colorful balloon go up, they all wanted one. They would come up to him with parents, buy a balloon, and his sales would go up. All day, he continued to release a balloon whenever sales were slow. One day, when his balloon sales were low, he adopted the same strategy. He released a helium-filled blue-colored balloon into the air. As expected, the balloon man felt someone tugging at his jacket. He turned around and found a little boy smiling towards him. The balloon seller asked him, "Which color balloon do you want?" The innocent little boy looked towards helium-filled balloon into the air and asked with a curiosity, "If you release a black balloon, will that also fly?" Moved by the cute little boy's concern, the balloon man replied gently, "My dear son, it is not the color of the balloon, it is what's inside that makes it go up." If you try to analyze and correlate this short story, the same principle applies to our lives. It's what's inside that counts. Your inner beliefs, core values and principles, personality, character, and attitude, which defines how successful you will be in life. Do you know, among these, what's the core inner or inside characteristic of us which accelerates our velocity to go up? That is our attitude. Yes, our attitude is most important. It applies to every sphere of life, including professional as well as personal life. The great part of attitude is that we can design our lives by changing our attitudes of mind. It's inner beauty that counts, not the outer one. The caste, skin color, or religion does not matter in success. People may show off and manipulate their outer presence and behavior, but if they are not positive from inside, they will not go up high in life. Always remember, you are made to fly high. If you have positive attitude and optimistic approach towards life, you will definitely achieve your goals and get success in life. 71. Puppies for sale. In a small town of Northern California called Oxnard, a pet shop owner painted a sign advertising the pups and nailed it above his door that said, "Puppies for sale." The shopkeeper knew that signs like this always attract the young children. To no surprise, a little boy saw the sign and approached the shop owner. The little boy asked, "I want to buy one of your puppies. For how much are you going to sell the puppies?" The little boy dropped his head for a moment. He thought for a while and pulled out some change from his pocket. He asked, "I have $3.87. Is that enough to take a look? Can I please look at the puppies?" The pet shop owner got impressed with the innocence of the boy. "Sure," said the shop owner. He smiled and whistled loudly. "Here, Scissor," he called. Out of the kennel came his dog named Scissor, who ran down the walkway of the pet shop followed by 5 teeny tiny balls of fur. The little boy pressed his face against the chain-link fence with full of joy. His eyes danced with delight. As the puppies made their way towards the fence, the little boy noticed that one puppy was lagging considerably behind. This puppy was hobbling and trying its best to catch up the others. Immediately, the little boy pointed out towards the lagging, shambling puppy and asked, "What's wrong with that little puppy?" The shop owner explained that when the puppy was born, the veterinarian had examined the little puppy and had discovered it didn't have a hip socket. It would limp for the rest of his life. The little boy got really excited and said, "That is the puppy that I want to buy." The shop owner replied, "No, that puppy is not for sale. Nobody will buy that puppy due to his physical deficiencies. If you really want him, I'll just give him to you for free." The little boy got quite upset with the reply of shop owner. He looked straight into the store owner's eyes, pointing his finger, and said, "I don't want you to give him to me. That little dog is worth every bit as much as all the other dogs, and I'll pay full price. In fact, I'll give you $3.87 now and 85 cents a month until I have him paid for." The shop owner countered, "You really don't want to buy this little dog. He is never going to be able to run and jump and play with you like the other puppies. Are you sure you want this dog?" To his surprise, the little boy reached down and rolled up his pant leg to reveal a badly twisted, crippled left leg supported by a big metal brace. He looked up at the shop owner and softly replied, "Well, I don't run so well myself, and the little puppy will need someone who understands." The world is full of creatures who need someone who understands. Every one of us has his own weakness, be it a physical or a psychological one. If you are willing to, you can make advantages of your shortcomings and weaknesses, instead of allowing them to become obstacles in reaching your goals. The trick is to not let them stop you in your journey of self-improvement. Find and surround yourself with people who support you and challenge you to be a better yourself. According to Bible, verse Isaiah 40:29, He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. So God is always with you. God has given many strengths. Focus on your strengths and move ahead in life. Another message this story communicates is to have empathy. When you put yourself in another person's shoes, then you have better understanding. In the story, boy was able to understand the pain of little puppy because he himself has faced that pain. 72. Two shoe salesmen. At the beginning of the 20th century, there was a successful American shoe manufacturer company that manufactured and sold shoes. Due to market changes, the sales of company went down sharply. The management was concerned about the decline in company's product sales in America. A board meeting called up to discuss this issue. In the board meeting, a new business strategy emerged out to explore and open new markets abroad. It was decided to send two salesmen to Africa to determine the market potential for their products. The sales director called his two top salesmen and proposed that they travel to Africa and assess the market there to increase their sales. Both salesmen left by boat for Africa with instructions to make a first survey of the market. Each of them would go to a different country to have two opinions about the potential of the African market. Within a month of arriving, the first salesman completed a basic survey of the target market and called his sales director, informing him that after several days visiting cities, he had concluded that the African potential for shoe sales was null. The first salesman said, "Boss, there is a bad news. Here they all go barefoot. No one here wears any shoes. There is no market for us here. We are not going to be able to sell a single pair of shoes." The salesman was sounding very dejected and disheartened. After a couple of days, the second of the salesmen called back to the sales director. He was extremely excited and said, "Boss, good news. It's a fantastic place and a great business opportunity for us. No one here wears shoes. No one sells shoes. There is a huge potential market for us. We are going to sell thousands of pairs. What all we need to do is to educate them on the benefits and importance of wearing shoes. This inspiring short story highlights the importance of attitude in our life. Why do some people get what they want while others don't? An optimistic attitude makes you see opportunities in all the difficulties that life holds around you, whereas a pessimistic attitude makes you see difficulties in all the new opportunities that life holds for you. There is also a famous Henry Ford quote that emphasizes how much attitude determines success or failure. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. There are opportunities everywhere. When you are mindful enough to explore them, you will find the one. It all starts with that optimistic attitude. You will find the right people, you will move in the right circles, and you will bump into the right solutions. The story also encouraged to look at the things in totality. There is always a positive perspective and a negative perspective to everything and every circumstance. You can either look at a glass as half full or half empty, but technically the glass is always full. You can look at the whole of the donut or in totality the donut itself. The choice is yours and yours alone. But remember that the choices you make will determine your success or failure. Look at the things in a holistic way and tap the opportunities. In the story, of course, Salesman 2 was a real entrepreneur, the person who sees opportunity where others do not. It's a story designed to motivate you to find hidden potential, take risks, and turn obstacles into opportunities. 73. The value of money. At the beginning of a new school year, a class teacher stands up in front of her students holding a $100 bill. She tells them, "Put your hands up if you want this money." Every hand in the classroom goes up, to which the teacher says, "I'm going to give this money to someone here, but first, let me do this." She takes the bill and crumples it up in her hands, then asks, "Who still wants it?" All the hands in the classroom remained up. The teacher then drops the bill on the floor, stomps and grinds it into the ground and picks it back up. "How about now?" she asks again. All the hands in the classroom still remained up. Not a single student's hand went down. Class, I hope you see the lesson here. It didn't matter what I did to this money, you all still wanted it because its value stayed the same. Even with its creases and dirtiness, it's still worth $100. The teacher continues, "It's the same with us. There will be similar times in your life when you're dropped, bruised, and muddied. Yet no matter what happens, you never lose your value." This inspirational story about a $100 bill communicates a powerful message that we should always appreciate our self-worth and never lose hope in life. Even the most crumpled and torn dollar has worth. You too have the value and worth in spite of all failures and disappointing events in life. Life's hardships are inevitable and we'll all have to through tough and challenging situation at some point, often though no fault of our own. Don't let these challenges alter your feelings of self-worth. You'll always be enough. You have something unique and special to give and offer the world. 74. The White Wolf versus Black Wolf. A group of Cherokee children gathered around their grandfather. They were filled with excitement and curiosity. That day, there had been quite a tumultuous conflict between two adults and their grandfather was called in to mediate. The children were eager to hear what he had to say about it. One of the children in conflict asked a question to the grandfather that was puzzling him. "Grandfather, why do people fight?" The old man replied, "Well, do you know, my child, we all have two wolves inside us. They are in our chest, and these wolves are constantly fighting each other." The eyes of the children had grown big by now. "In our chests too, grandfather?" asked another child. The grandfather nodded his head in agreement and said, "Yes." "And in your chest too?" asked a third one. The grandfather replied, "Yes, in my chest too." The grandfather sure had all the children's attention now. The grandfather continued, "There is a white wolf and a black wolf. The black wolf inside us is filled with fear, lies, anger, envy, inferiority, sorrow, regret, jealousy, greed, ego, lust, and arrogance. The white wolf is filled with peace, love, hope, courage, humility, compassion, kindness, empathy, generosity, truth, and faith. And do you know, there is always a terrible fight in between these two wolves. They battle constantly." Then he stopped. There was complete silence, and all children were curiously looking towards him for him. It's the grandson that asked the initial question could not handle the tension anymore, broke the silence. "But grandfather, which wolf wins?" The old Cherokee smiled and replied, "That's simple, the one whom we feed the most." If you resonate and realize, you will find this world is full of black wolf-dominated people. Not only this, if you introspect, you will find that there is always an internal conflict going inside you dominated by the black wolf. Remember our article. Is your spotlight on the black dots? The brain has a built-in negative bias that causes us to focus on bad things. By giving these negative emotions, black wolf, your headspace, you are fundamentally feeding them. Knowingly or unknowingly, you feed emotions such as fear, inferiority, anger, jealousy, and comparison. Well, don't worry, you are not alone. As I mentioned above, most of us have a very underdeveloped white wolf. For some people, whilst growing up, it was not often fed by parents or those people in positions of authority, such as teachers. For some others, the corporate and organizational cultures encourage the black wolf. Such surrounding environment leads your white wolf to be weak, skinny, and small. But that doesn't mean it's not possible to change your focus and attention, moving forward. You have a choice which wolf you want to feed when experiencing internal conflict. You can stop feeding the black wolf and start feeding the white wolf at any given moment. It's also worth noting that this is something you need to work at constantly. It's true that some people find it more difficult than others to choose the white wolf, but at the end of the day, you can choose to stop feeding the black wolf and start feeding the white wolf. You must be thinking, "Hey, individual, it's that simple to say, but it ain't that easy to implement." 75. Happiness is within you. Once upon a time, an affluent man lived in a city. He was a very successful businessman with abundance of wealth, but still, he was always worried and restless. One day, he went to meet a sage in his hermitage, which was situated in the forest next to a nearby village. When the man met with the sage, he shared his problem with Sage that he has no shortage of anything, but still, he is always worried. Next day, the man reached the hermitage of the sage at the same time. He saw that the sage was looking for something outside his hermitage. The person asked, "What are you looking for? May I help you?" The sage replied, "I have lost my ring and I am searching for the same." After hearing this, the person also started searching for ring along with the sage. Even after searching for a long time, the ring was not found. And then the person asked the sage, "Where did your ring fall exactly? Want to know your happiness index level? Check out. How happy are you? Take this quick quiz to see where you measure up on the happiness index." The sage said, "My ring fell in the hut of the hermitage, but it is very dark there, so I am looking for the ring here outside the hut." The person got surprised and asked, "If your ring fell in the hut, then why are you looking out here? How will you find the thing here outside, which is inside there?" The sage smiled and replied, "My dear son, this is the solution to your problem." The person was looking toward Sage with curious eyes. The sage continued, "You came with the problem that you have no shortage of anything, but still you are not happy with your life. Happiness is right there inside you, but you're looking for it outside in the materialistic world that is money and foreign goods. The sage added with smiling face, "The entire ocean is inside you, but still, you are looking for water outside with a spoon. Money or property is important in life, but happiness cannot be bought only with money. Look for the happiness within you. It's there, and you do not need to search for it in the outside world." The rich man was enlightened. The sage had communicated the message in a very powerful way. This worked as food for thought and gave the rich man an opportunity to introspect. He worked on the advice of sage and found the happiness within him. We often search outside ourselves for the happiness which has been inside all along. Instead of telling the person the secret of happiness during his first visit, the sage explained it next day with an example. The sage taught him the lesson connecting with an incident which is always more valuable. The source of happiness is within us. Happiness starts from within us. Happiness often seems to be the result of external factors, but actually, the real source of happiness comes from within you. There is inner happiness within everyone, but it is covered by layers of negative thoughts, fears, worries, and anxieties. Inner happiness is an inseparable part of our inner being, of our essence, but we often allow various factors to hide it. Happiness, in truth, lies within you, starting from you and ending with you. Happiness and peace are two basic characters of every soul. You do not even have to chase it, or climb 1,000 stairs, or learn the rocket science to experience it. While many people try to look for happiness through their wealth, career, money, and success, and feel surprised not experience the happiness even when having a penthouse apartment overlooking the London Eye next to Houses of Parliament and earning 7 figures per annum. Happiness is something that we choose for ourselves and a way we choose to live our life according to our being. It is not in accordance to someone else's rhythm as merely it is to our own. It is our inner feeling that creates happiness, along with how we interpret the events of life. 76. A farmer and a baker. Once upon a time, a farmer and a baker lived in the same small American village. They became friends and developed a good bond. One day, Baker asked the farmer for a regular supply of some butter for his bakery. These two men made a friendly arrangement in place, where the farmer would sell a pound of butter to the baker each day. One morning, after several weeks of buying a pound of butter from the farmer, the baker suspected that the baker was cheating him and that he didn't give him a pound of butter, so he decided to weigh the butter to see if he was receiving the correct amount. When he measured the butter, to his surprise, he discovered that the farmer had supplied him less butter than he'd paid for. Angry about the unfairness, he decided to file a complaint against the farmer and took the farmer to court. The judge confronted the farmer with the accusation. At the hearing, the judge asked the farmer whether he used any measure to weigh the butter. "Your Honor, I am but a lowly farmer and do not own a proper measure. I simply use an old-fashioned scale," he replied. "How do you weight the butter then?" inquired the judge. The farmer replied, "Your Honor, long before the baker started buying butter from my farm, I've been buying a pound loaf of bread from him. Every day when the baker brings bread for me, I put it on the scale and then measure out the same weight in butter to supply him in return. If anyone is to be blamed, it is the baker." Turns out that the baker was getting what he was giving. So, if the baker is not getting a pound of butter, he is also not giving a pound of bread as he promised. What is the moral of the inspirational story? In life, always keep your word and deliver for what you have promised. This develops your credibility in the society. The more honest you are, the easier for the other people to trust you. Honesty is always the best route, especially if you want others to be honest with you as well. Situations can turn around to 180 degree anytime. Your karma play an important role in life. We get back in life what we give to others. If you are being dishonest and disloyal, don't be surprised if the same will happen to you one day from your business partners and/or friends. Be kind and fair to others and you'll enjoy the rewards. 77. A dish of ice cream. In the days when an ice cream sundae cost much less, a 10-year-old boy entered a coffee shop and sat the counter. The waitress put a glass of water in front of him and asked what he'd like. "How much is an ice cream sundae?" the little boy asked. 50 cents, replied the waitress. The little boy pulled a handful of change out of his pocket and studied number of coins in his collection of coins. "How much is a dish of plain ice cream?" he inquired. Some people were now waiting for a table, and the waitress was getting a bit impatient. 35 cents, she said brusquely. The little boy again counted the coins, then said, "I will have the plain ice cream." The waitress brought the ice cream, put the bill on the counter, and walked away. The boy finished the ice cream, paid the cashier, and departed. When the waitress came back, she began wiping down the table and then swallowed hard at what she saw. There, placed neatly beside the empty dish, was 15 cents, her tip. In a world that continually pushes us to get all we can, so often it's important to be reminded of the power of generosity. The little boy had had enough for a sundae ice cream, but he had ordered plain ice cream so he could leave a tip for the waitress. The same waitress who was a bit rude to him. But her behavior did not affect the little boy's kind heart. He left the tip for her. Small acts of kindness must be done whenever possible in life. Another strong message the story communicates is, do not judge the book by its cover. The waitress got impatient and was a bit rude due to the delay when Boy was calculating the coins. No matter what the situation is, always treat others as you would want to be treated. At times, we pass judgment on others too quickly by what we see on the surface. We should never judge a person till we do not know the reason behind his/her behavior. The story also reminds to spread happiness wherever you go. Happiness when shared is doubled. By doing this, you not only make others happy, but also feel happy yourself. 78. The Tortoise and the Hare. Once upon a time, a tortoise and a hare had an argument about who was faster. They decided to settle the argument with a race. They agreed on a route and started off the race. The hare shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then, seeing that he was far ahead of the tortoise, he thought he'd sit under a tree for some time and relax before continuing the race. He sat under the tree and soon fell asleep. The tortoise, plodding on, overtook him and soon finished the race, emerging as the undisputed champ. The hare woke up and realized that he'd lost the race. The moral of the story is that slow and steady wins the race. This is the version of the story that we've all grown up with. But then, recently, someone told me a more interesting version of this story. The story continues. The hare was disappointed at losing the race, and he did some soul-searching. He realized that he'd lost the race only because he had been overconfident, careless, and lax. If he had not taken things for granted, there's no way the tortoise could have beaten him. So he challenged the tortoise to another race. The tortoise agreed. This time, the hare went all out and ran without stopping from start to finish. He won by several miles. Fast and consistent will always beat the slow and steady. If you have two people in your organization, one slow, methodical, and reliable, and the other fast and still reliable at what he does, the fast and reliable chap will consistently climb the organizational ladder faster than the slow, methodical chap. It's good to be slow and steady, but it's better to be fast and reliable. But the story doesn't end here. The story continues. The tortoise did some thinking this time and realized that there's no way he can beat the hare in a race the way it was currently formatted. He thought for a while and then challenged the hare to another race, but on a slightly different route. The hare agreed. They started off. In keeping with his self-made commitment to be consistently fast, the hare took off and ran at top speed until he came to a broad river. The finishing line was a couple of kilometers on the other side of the river. The hare sat there wondering what to do. In the meantime, the tortoise trundled along, got into the river, swam to the opposite bank, continued walking, and finished the race. First, identify your core competency and then change the playing field to suit your core competency. For an example, in an organization, if you are a good speaker, make sure you create opportunities to give presentations that enable the senior management to notice you. If your strength is analysis, make sure you do some sort of research, make a report, and send it upstairs. Working to your strengths will not only get you noticed, but will also create opportunities for growth and advancement. The story still hasn't ended. The hare and the tortoise, by this time, had become pretty good friends, and they did some thinking together. Both realized that the last race could have been run much better, so they decided to race once again, but to run as a team this time. They started off, and this time, the hare carried the tortoise till the riverbank. There, in the river, the tortoise took over and swam across with the hare on his back. On the opposite bank, the hare again carried the tortoise, and they reached the finishing line together. They both felt a greater sense of satisfaction than they'd felt earlier. 79. The Black and White Pebble. In a small Italian village, hundreds of years ago, a farmer had the misfortune of owing a large sum of money to a village moneylender, loan shark. The moneylender was old, unattractive-looking, unmarried guy, and fancied marrying the farmer's beautiful daughter. He made a plan to pressurize the farmer to repay the loan. He went to the farms, where farmer and his daughter were working. The moneylender asked farmer for repayment of outstanding loans. The farmer asked the moneylender to give some more time to return the loan. The moneylender pretended to be furious for a while and then proposed a bargain. He said that if the farmer would not repay his debt, he would be punished, or he had an option to let the moneylender marry his daughter and all his debt would be waived. Needless to say, this proposal was met with a look of disgust. Both the farmer and his daughter were horrified by the proposal. There was no way the farmer could pay back the large amount of money soon, and he did not want his beautiful daughter to marry the old and cruel moneylender. To persuade the farmer to accept his deal, cunning moneylender suggested that they let Providence decide the matter. He told them that he would put a black pebble and a white pebble into an empty bag. The girl then had to choose a pebble which would decide her fate. In any case, the shrewd old moneylender wanted to make the proposal look fairer to the young lady. So he proposed tricky conditions. If she picked the black pebble, she would have to marry the moneylender, and her father's debt would be forgiven. If she picked the white pebble, she did not need marry the moneylender, and her father's debt would still be forgiven. If she refuses to pick the pebble, the farmer would be thrown into jail. As they were standing on a pebble-strewn path in the farmer's field, the moneylender bent over to pick up 2 pebbles and kept them in a bag. He, however, kept 2 black pebbles in the bag instead of a black and a white. The sharp-eyed girl noticed it and was confused what to do. She knew that she was being cheated by the moneylender. 80. Butterfly Cocoon. One beautiful morning, a young man was taking a stroll around his garden when he noticed a cocoon of a butterfly on a leaf. He observed a small opening appearing in the cocoon and a butterfly trying to come out of it. Thrilled to see a fantastic transformation of nature, he watched the butterfly for several hours as it struggled to force its body through a little hole in its cocoon. After a while, the butterfly seemed to stop making any progress. It was struggling so hard to get out. It appeared as if it had gotten as far as it could and could go no further. So looking at the struggle, the kind-hearted young man decided to help the butterfly. He grabbed a pair of scissors and then snipped off the remaining bit of the cocoon. With the cocoon cut open, The butterfly no longer had to struggle and emerged easily. However, as it emerged, the man noticed it had a swollen body and small shriveled wings. The man was happy that he made the butterfly come out of its cocoon without much struggle. He continued to watch the butterfly, expecting that, at any moment, the wings would dry out, enlarge and expand to support the swollen body, which would contract in time. Unfortunately, neither its wings expanded nor the swollen body reduced. In fact, the butterfly spent the rest of its very short life crawling around the ground with a swollen body and small wings, unable to fly. Although with good intentions, the man hindered the growth of the butterfly. What the man in his kindness and haste did not understand was that the restricting cocoon and the struggle required for the butterfly to get through the tiny opening were nature's way of forcing fluid from the body of the butterfly into its wings so that it would be ready for flight once it achieved its freedom from the cocoon. Here's a powerful life lesson this story teaches. Our struggles always give us strength. Sometimes struggles and challenges are exactly what we need to grow in our life. Like, the struggle to get out of the cocoon gives a butterfly its beautiful wings. Struggles in our life make us stronger and resilient. If we were allowed to go through our life without any obstacles, it would cripple us. We would not be as strong as we could have been. Trying to avoid struggle, taking the easy path, will only lead to a harder life, to greater struggles later on. Another strong message the story conveys is how to do parenting. Quite often, we protect our kids from the difficulties at early age and help them. For example, completing the homework on their behalf, keeping them safe from tough weather conditions, now allowing them to explore the world due to fear, etc. All these things make them weak. Children who face tough time and difficult situations at early age become more strong, be ready for bigger challenges. 81. Power of silence. Once upon a time in ancient Japan, there was a young disciple named Kiyoshi who was eager to learn the ways of Zen. He was a diligent student, practicing his meditation and studying the sutras, but he still felt that he lacked a deeper understanding of the true essence of Zen. Hearing about a wise Zen master named Hoshin who lived on a remote mountain, Kiyoshi decided to embark on a journey to seek the master's guidance and wisdom. After a long and arduous journey through the dense forests and steep mountain paths, Kiyoshi finally arrived at Hoshin's humble abode. The master was known to be a man of few words, but possessed immense wisdom that was highly sought after by those on a path of spiritual enlightenment. Kiyoshi respectfully bowed before the Zen master and expressed his desire to learn the meaning of Zen. The wise old master looked deeply into the young disciple's eyes and remained silent for a while, as if weighing the sincerity of his request. As Kiyoshi grew more anxious, the master finally picked up a stone and struck it against the ground. The stone produced a sharp, clear sound that echoed through the surrounding mountains. Hoshin then asked Kiyoshi, "Do you hear the sound of the stone?" The young disciple, puzzled but intrigued, replied that he did indeed hear the sound. The Zen master then asked Kiyoshi, "Now listen to the sound of silence." Kiyoshi, determined to understand the lesson, focused his attention on the silence that followed the sound. At first it seemed like an impossible task. His mind was filled with thoughts and distractions, but he persisted, trying to become more aware of the silence between the sounds. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months. Kiyoshi continued to meditate on the sound of silence under the guidance of Master Hoshin. The young disciple started to notice subtle changes within himself. His mind began to quieten, and his awareness of the world around him heightened. Kiyoshi discovered that silence was not merely the absence of sound, but rather a profound presence that had the power to reveal hidden truths. One day, while meditating by the river, Kiyoshi became aware of the gentle sound of the water flowing over the rocks. He listened intently to the symphony of nature. In the spaces between the notes, he heard the sound of silence. It was as if the entire universe was whispering its wisdom to him, and he felt a deep sense of peace and tranquility. Kiyoshi continued to train with Master Hoshin, learning to embrace the power of silence in every aspect of his life. He found that when he truly listened, the silence would guide him, offering insights and clarity that he could not find elsewhere. As the years passed, Kiyoshi's reputation as a wise and compassionate teacher began to spread throughout the land. People from all walks of life came to seek his counsel and guidance. He would often share the story of his own journey to enlightenment and the power of silence that had transformed his life. One day, a wealthy merchant named Kenji arrived at Kiyoshi's doorstep, seeking help in resolving a dispute between his two sons. The brothers had grown distant and resentful towards each other due to a disagreement over the family business. Kiyoshi invited the merchant and his sons to join him in meditation by the river. As they sat in silence, the sound of the flowing water, the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind, ruled the air. The brothers, initially resistant to the idea of meditation, gradually began to relax and open themselves to the experience. After some time, Kiyoshi asked them to share their thoughts and feelings. To their surprise, both brothers found that the silence had given them a new perspective on the disagreement. As they listened to each other's words, they realized that their conflict was rooted in misunderstandings and unspoken expectations. The silence had allowed them to see beyond their emotions and hear the truth in each other's hearts. Kenji, witnessing the transformation in his sons, was deeply moved and grateful to Kiyoshi. He asked the wise teacher how he could repay him for his guidance. Kiyoshi simply smiled and said, "Continue to practice the power of silence and share this gift with others." The merchant and his sons returned to their village, forever changed by their encounter with Kiyoshi and the power of silence. They learned to cultivate a deeper understanding of themselves and others. Their relationships flourished as a result. As for Kiyoshi, he continued to teach and guide countless seekers on their path to spiritual enlightenment. He never tired of sharing the transformative power of silence and the profound wisdom it could reveal. Years later, as Kiyoshi lay on his deathbed, his disciples gathered around him, seeking one final lesson from the beloved master. With a weak yet peaceful smile, Kiyoshi whispered, "Listen to the sound of silence, and you will hear the wisdom of the universe." And with that, the great teacher closed his eyes and breathed his last, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom and compassion that would inspire generations to come. The story of Kiyoshi and the power of silence serves as a reminder that true wisdom and understanding can often be found in the spaces between the noise and distractions of our daily lives. By embracing the power of silence, we open ourselves to the possibility of growth, transformation, and a deeper connection to the world around us. 82. Value of your life. One day a son went to his father and asked, "What is the value of my life?" Instead of answering, the father gave him a stone and said, "If you want to know the value of your life, take this stone and go to the market to sell it. If anyone asks you for the price, don't say a word, just raise 2 fingers. However, do not accept any offer and bring the stone back to me." The boy went to the market. He looked around and suddenly an old woman approached him and asked, "How much is this stone? I want to put it in my garden." The boy didn't say anything and raised 2 fingers, so the woman said, $2? I'll take it." The son got surprised. He rushed back to his father and said, "There was an old woman at the market. She wanted to give me $2 for the stone." The father then said, "My son, now I want you to take this rock to the museum, and if you are asked the price, Raise 2 fingers and don't say a word. Once again, do not accept any offer and bring the stone back to me." The boy took the stone, then went to the museum. After a while, there was a middle-aged man who approached the boy and asked for the price. The boy didn't say a word and raised up 2 fingers. And the man asked, $200? The boy did not say anything once again as advised by his father. The man said, "Okay, I'll take it." The boy was shocked and ran back home to his father, shouting and said, "Father, Father, a man in the museum wanted to buy the stone for $200." The father replied, "Okay, son, the last place. I want you to take this stone is to a precious stone store. Walk inside and show it only to the owner. Don't say a word if he asks the price and just raise 2 fingers. As you did earlier, do not accept any offer and bring the stone back to me." The son then went to the precious stone store and showed the stone to the owner. "Oh my God, where did you find this?" the owner asked. "This is a most precious, unpolished gem, one of the most valuable in the whole world. I must have it. What price would you take for it?" The boy didn't say anything and raised 2 fingers, to which the man replied, $2 million. That is a bargain. I'll take it." The boy couldn't believe it. The boy, not knowing what to say, went breathlessly running home to his father, anxiously clutching this now priceless gem, terrified that he might lose it. The boy said, "Father, precious store owner wants to buy this stone for $2 million. The father then said, "Son, you have been carrying in your hands one of the most precious objects of our people. It is truly priceless." The father continues, "My dear son, do you now understand the value of your life? Life is all about where you put yourself. You can decide if you want to be a $2 stone or a $2 million stone. The value of your life is much like that stone. Someone sees it having a worth of $2, others $200, and still few see $2 million. You must surround yourself with other precious souls who recognize the greatest value of your life, because it is one of your most prized possessions, and you must not allow it to be undervalued. It does not matter where you come from, where you were born, or the color of your skin. You just need to put yourself at right place. Not all people will understand your value or appreciate you. Your life lies in your hands. It's up to you to make it a better." Another message the story communicates is, do not forget your individual worth or lose faith in yourself. In spite of having qualities people may ignore, criticize, and discourage you to make you feel inferior, you need to understand the value you carry inside and move forward in life. 83. The story of life. Sometimes people come into your life and you know right away that they were meant to be there, to serve some sort of purpose, teach you a lesson, or to help you figure out who you are or who you want to become. You never know who these people may be, possibly your roommate, neighbor, co-worker, long-lost friend, lover, or even a complete stranger. But when you lock eyes with them, you know at that very moment that they will affect your life in some profound way. And sometimes things happen to you that may seem horrible, painful, and unfair at first. But in reflection, you find that without overcoming those obstacles, you would have never realized your potential, strength, willpower, or heart. Everything happens for a reason. Nothing happens by chance or by means of luck. Illness, injury, love, lost moments of true greatness, and sheer stupidity all occurred to test the limits of your soul. Without these small tests, whatever they may be, life would be like a smoothly paved, straight, flat road to nowhere. It would be safe and comfortable, but dull and utterly pointless. The people you meet who affect your life, and the success and downfalls you experience help to create who you become. Even the bad experiences can be learned from. In fact, they are probably the most poignant and important ones. If someone hurts you, betrays you, or breaks your heart, forgive them, for they have helped you learn about trust and the importance of being cautious when you open your heart. If someone loves you, love them back unconditionally, not only because they love you, but because, in a way, they are teaching you to love and how to open your heart and eyes to things. Make every day count. Appreciate every moment and take from those moments everything that you possibly can, for you may never be able to experience it again. Talk to people that you have never talked to before and actually listen. Let yourself fall in love, break free, and set your sights high. Hold your head up because you have every right to. Tell yourself you are a great individual and believe in yourself, for if you don't believe in yourself, it will be hard for others to believe in you. You can make of your life anything you wish. Create your own life, then go out and live it with absolutely no regrets. 84. An 87-year-old college student named Rose. The first day of school, our professor introduced himself and challenged us to get to know someone we didn't already know. I stood up to look around when a gentle hand touched my shoulder. I turned around to find a wrinkled little old lady beaming up at me, with a smile that lit up her entire being. She said, "Hi, handsome. My name is Rose. I'm 87 years old. Can I give you a hug?" I laughed and enthusiastically responded, "Of course you may." And she gave me a giant squeeze. "Why are you in college at such a young, innocent age?" I asked. She jokingly replied, "I'm here to meet a rich husband, get married, and have a couple of kids." "No, seriously?" I asked. I was curious what may have motivated her to be taking on this challenge at her age. "I always dreamed of having a college education, and now I'm getting one," she told me. After class, we walked to the Student Union building and shared a chocolate milkshake. We became instant friends. Every day for the next 3 months, we would leave class together and talk nonstop. I was always mesmerized listening to this time machine as she shared her wisdom and experience with me. Over the course of the year, Rose became a campus icon, and she easily made friends wherever she went. She loved to dress up, and she reveled in the attention bestowed upon her from the other students. She was living it up. At the end of the semester, we invited Rose to speak at our football banquet. I'll never forget what she taught us. She was introduced and stepped up to the podium. As she began to deliver her prepared speech, she dropped her 3x5 cards on the floor. Frustrated and a little embarrassed, she leaned into the microphone and simply said, "I'm sorry I'm so jittery. I gave up beer for Lent and this whiskey is killing me. I'll never get my speech back in order, so let me just tell you what I know." As we laughed, she cleared her throat and began, "We do not stop playing because we are old. We grow old because we stop playing. There are only 4 secrets to staying young, being happy, and achieving success. You have to laugh and find humor every day. You've got to have a dream. When you lose your dreams, you die. We have so many people walking around who are dead and don't even know it." There is a huge difference between growing older and growing up. If you are 19 years old and lie in bed for 1 full year and don't do one productive thing, you will turn 20 years old. If I am 87 years old and stay in bed for a year and never do anything, I will turn 88. Anybody can grow older. That doesn't take any talent or ability. The idea is to grow up by always finding opportunity in change. Have no regrets. The elderly usually don't have regrets for what we did, but rather for things we did not do. The only people who fear death are those with regrets. She concluded her speech by courageously singing "The Rose." She challenged each of us to study the lyrics and live them out in our daily lives. At the year's end, Rose finished the college degree she had begun all those years ago. 1 week after graduation, Rose died peacefully in her sleep. Over 2,000 college students attended her funeral in tribute to the wonderful woman who taught by example that it's never too late to be all you can possibly be. When you finish reading this, Please send this peaceful word of advice to your friends and family. They'll really enjoy it. These words have been passed along in loving memory of Rose. Remember, growing older is mandatory. Growing up is optional. We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give. 85. Our value. A well-known speaker started off his seminar by holding up a $20 bill. In the room of 200, he asked, "Who would like this $20 bill?" Hands started going up. He said, "I am going to give this $20 to one of you, but first let me do this." He proceeded to crumple the dollar bill up. He then asked, "Who still wants it?" Still the hands were up in the air. "Well," he replied, "what if I do this?" And he dropped it on the ground and started to grind it into the floor with his shoe. He picked it up, now all crumpled and dirty. "Now, who still wants it?" Still the hands went into the air. My friends, you have all learned a very valuable lesson. No matter what I did to the money, you still wanted it because it did not decrease in value. It was still worth $20. Many times in our lives, we are dropped, crumpled, and ground into the dirt by the decisions we make and the circumstances that come our way. We feel as though we are worthless. But no matter what has happened or what will happen, you will never lose your value. You are special. Don't ever forget it. 86. Building your house. An elderly carpenter was ready to retire. He told his employer contractor of his plans to leave the house-building business to live a more leisurely life with his wife and enjoy his extended family. He would miss the paycheck each week, but he wanted to retire. They could get by. The contractor was sorry to see his good worker go and asked if he could build just one more house as a personal favor. The carpenter said yes, but over time it was easy to see that his heart was not in his work. He resorted to shoddy workmanship and used inferior materials. It was an unfortunate way to end a dedicated career. When the carpenter finished his work, his employer came to inspect the house. Then he handed the front door key to the carpenter and said, "This is your house, my gift to you." The carpenter was shocked. What a shame! If he had only known he was building his own house, he would have done it all so differently. So it is with us. We build our lives a day at a time, often putting less than our best into the building. Then, with a shock, we realize we have to live in the house we have built. If we could do it over, we would do it much differently. But you cannot go back. You are the carpenter, and every day you hammer a nail, place a board, or erect a wall. Someone once said, life is a do-it-yourself project. Your attitude and the choices you make today help build the house you will live in tomorrow. Therefore, build wisely. 87. Find happiness. Once a group of 50 people were attending a seminar. Suddenly, the speaker stopped and decided to do a group activity. He started giving each attendee one balloon. Each one was asked to write his/her name on it using a marker pen. Then all the balloons were collected and put in another room. Now, these delegates were let into that room and asked to find the balloon which had their name written within 5 minutes. Everyone was frantically searching for their name, colliding with each other, pushing around others, and there was utter chaos. At the end of 5 minutes, no one could find their own balloon. Now each one was asked to randomly collect a balloon and give it to the person whose name was written on it. Within minutes, everyone had their own balloon. The speaker then began, "This is happening in our lives. Everyone is frantically looking for happiness all around, not knowing where it is. Our happiness lies in the happiness of other people. Give them their happiness. You will get your own happiness. And this is the purpose of human life, the pursuit of happiness." 88. The secret to success. Once a young man asked the wise man Socrates the secret to success. Socrates patiently listened to the man's question and told him to meet him near the river the following day for the answer. So the next day, Socrates asked the young man to walk with him towards the river. As they went in the river, the water got up to their neck. But to the young man's surprise, Socrates ducked him into the water. The young man struggled to get out of the water, but Socrates was strong and kept him there until the boy started turning blue. Finally, Socrates pulled the man's head out of the water. The young man gasped and took a deep breath of air. Socrates asked, "What did you want the most when your head was in the water?" The young man replied, "Air." Socrates said, "That is the secret to success. When you want success as badly as you wanted the air while you were in the water, then you will get it. There is no other secret." A burning desire is the starting point of all accomplishment. Just like a small fire cannot give much heat, a weak desire cannot produce great results. 89. The coldest winter. It was one of the coldest winters, and many animals were dying because of the cold. The porcupines, realizing the situation, decided to group together to keep each other warm. This was a great way to protect themselves from the cold and keep each of them warm. But the quills of each one wounded their closest companions. After a while, they decided to distance themselves, but they too began to die due to cold, so they had to make a choice. Either accept the quills of their companions or choose death. Wisely, they decided to go back to being together. They learned to live with a few wounds caused by their close relationship with their companions to receive the warmth of their togetherness. This way, they were able to survive. 90. Meaningless goals. A farmer had a dog who used to wait by the roadside for vehicles to come. As soon as one came, he would run down the road, barking and trying to overtake the car. One day, the farmer's neighbor asked the farmer, "Do you think the dog is ever going to overtake those vehicles?" The farmer replied, "That is not what bothers me. What bothers me is what he would do if he ever caught one." Many people in life behave like that dog who is pursuing meaningless goals. 91. A lesson in giving. Many years ago, when I worked as a transfusion volunteer at a hospital, I got to know a little 3-year-old girl suffering from a disease. The little girl needed blood from her 5-year-old brother, who had miraculously survived the same condition. The boy had developed the antibodies needed to combat the illness and was the only hope for his sister. The doctor explained the situation to the little brother and asked if the boy would give his blood to his sister. I saw him hesitate only for a moment before he took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I will do it if it will save my sister." As the transfusion progressed, he lay in bed next to his sister and smiled, seeing the color returning to her cheeks. Then his face grew pale and his smile faded. Finally, he looked up at the nurse beside him and asked with a trembling voice, "When will I start to die?" The young boy had misunderstood the doctor and thought he had to die to save his sick sister. 92. Everyone has a story. A young man in his 20s was seeing out from the train's window shouted, "Father, look at the trees. They are going behind." The young man's father smiled at the man, and a young couple sitting nearby looked at the young man's childish comment with pity. Suddenly the young man exclaimed again, "Father, look at the clouds. They are all running with us." The couple couldn't resist and said to the old man, "Why don't you take your son to a good doctor?" The older man smiled and said, "We did, and we are just coming from the hospital. My son was blind from birth and he just got his vision today." Every person in the world has a story. Don't judge people before you truly know them. The truth might surprise you. 93. Unnecessary doubts. A boy and a girl were playing together. The boy had a collection of beautiful marbles. The girl had some candies with her. The boy offered to give the girl all his marbles in exchange for all her candies. The girl agreed. The boy gave all the marbles to the girl but secretly kept the biggest and the most beautiful marble for himself. The girl gave him all her candies as she had promised. That night, the girl slept peacefully, but the boy couldn't sleep as he kept wondering if the girl had hidden some more tasty candies from him the way he had hidden his best marble. If you don't give your 100% in a relationship, you'll always keep doubting if the other person has given their 100%. 94. Soar like an eagle. Did you know that an eagle can foresee when a storm is approaching long before it breaks? Instead of hiding, the eagle will fly to some high point and wait for the winds to come. When the storm hits, it sets its wings so that the wind can pick it up and lift it above the storm. While the storm rages below, the eagle soars above it. The eagle does not escape or hide from the storm. Instead, it uses the storm to lift it higher. It rises on the stormy winds which others dread. When the storm of life or challenges hits us, we can rise above them and soar like the eagle that rides the storm's winds. Don't be afraid of the storms or the challenges in your life. Use it to lift you higher in your life. 95. The reflections. Once a dog ran into a museum filled with mirrors. The museum was unique. The walls, the ceiling, the doors, and even the floors were made of mirrors. Seeing his reflections, the dog froze in surprise in the middle of the hall. He could see a whole pack of dogs surrounding him from all sides, from above and below. The dog bared his teeth and barked. All the reflections responded to it in the same way. Frightened, the dog barked frantically. The dog's reflections imitated the dog and increased it many times. The dog barked even harder, but the echo was magnified. The dog tossed from one side to another, while his reflections also tossed around, snapping their teeth. The following day, the museum security guards found the miserable, lifeless dog, surrounded by thousands of reflections of the lifeless dog. There was nobody to harm the dog. The dog died by fighting with his own reflections. The world doesn't bring good or evil on its own. Everything that is happening around us reflects our thoughts, feelings, wishes, and actions. The world is a big mirror, so let's strike a good pose. 96. Stopped by a brick. A successful young executive was riding his brand new Jaguar down a neighborhood street when he noticed a kid darting out from between parked cars. He slowed down a little bit as he appeared near it, and a brick smashed into his car's door. He slammed on the brakes and drove back to the place where the brick had been thrown. The furious man jumped out of his car and caught the nearest kid shouting, "What was that all about? What the heck did you do to my car? Why did you do it?" The young boy was a little scared but was very polite and apologetic. "I am sorry, mister. I didn't know what else to do," he pleaded. "I had to throw the brick because no one else would stop for my call to help." With tears rolling down his cheeks, he pointed towards the parked cars and said, "It's my brother. He rolled off the curb and fell off his wheelchair, and he is badly hurt. I can't lift him." The sobbing boy asked the man, "Would you please help me get him back into his wheelchair? He is hurt and he is too heavy for me." The young man was moved beyond words and tried to swallow the rapidly swelling lump in his throat. Then he hurriedly lifted the other kid from the spot and put him back in the wheelchair. He also helped the little kid with his bruises and cuts. When he thought that everything would be okay, he went back to his car. "Thank you, sir, and God bless you," said the grateful kid. The young man was too shaken up for any word, so the man watched the little boy push the brother who uses a wheelchair down the sidewalk. It was a long and slow ride back home to the man. When he came out of the car, he looked at his dented car door. The damage was very noticeable, but he did not bother to repair it. Instead, he kept the dent to remind him of the message. Do not go through life so fast that someone has to throw a brick at you to get your attention. Life whispers in our souls and speaks to our hearts. Sometimes when we do not listen to it, it throws a brick at us. It is our choice. Listen to the whisper or wait for the brick. 97, 3 feet from gold. During the gold rush, a man who had been mining in Colorado for several months quit his job, as he hadn't struck gold yet and the work was becoming tiresome. He sold his equipment to another man who resumed mining where it had been left off. The new miner was advised by his engineer that there was gold only 3 feet away from where the first miner stopped digging. The engineer was right, which means the first miner was a mere 3 feet away from striking gold before he quit. The moral: when things start to get hard, try to persevere through the adversity. Many people give up on following their dreams because the work becomes too difficult, tedious, or tiresome. But often, you're closer to the finish line than you may think, and if you push just a little harder, you will succeed. 98. The Old Carpenter. A carpenter with years of experience was ready to retire. He communicated with his contractor about his plans to leave the house-building business to live a more leisurely retired life with his wife and family. The contractor felt a little upset that his excellent and experienced carpenter was leaving the job, but he requested the carpenter to build just one more house for him. The carpenter agreed with the contractor, but his heart was not in his work like it used to be. He resorted to shoddy craftsmanship and used inferior materials for building the last house of his career. It was an unfortunate way to end his career. When the carpenter completed the house and the employer came to inspect the home, he looked around the house, and just before he exited the house, he handed the front door key to the carpenter. "This is your house," he said. "My gift to you." This was a massive surprise to the carpenter. Although it was supposed to be a good surprise, he wasn't feeling good as he felt a deep shame inside him. If he had only known he was building his own house, he would have done it all so differently. Now he had to live in a home that wasn't built that well. Like the carpenter, we build our lives in a distracted way, reacting rather than acting, willing to put up with less rather than the best. Give your best. Your attitudes and the choices you make today will be your life tomorrow. Build it wisely. 99. Build like a child. On a warm summer at a beautiful beach, a little boy on his knees scoops and packs the sand with plastic shovels into a bucket. He upends the bucket on the surface and lifts it, and, to the delight of the little architect, a castle tower is created. He works all afternoon spooning out the moat, packing the walls, and building sentries with bottle tops and bridges with popsicle sticks. Finally, with his hours of hard work on the beach, a sandcastle will be made. In a big city with busy streets and rumbling traffic, a man works in an office. He shuffles papers into stacks, delegates assignments, cradles the phone on his shoulder, and punches the keyboard with his fingers. He juggles with numbers, contracts get signed, and much to the delight of the man, a profit is made. All his life, he will work. He was formulating the plans and forecasting the future. His annuities will be centuries, and capital gains will be bridged. An empire will be built. The two builders of the two castles have very much in common. They both shape granules into grandeurs. They both make something beautiful out of nothing. They both are very diligent and determined to build their world, and for both, the tide will rise and the end will come. Yet, that is where the similarities cease. The little boy sees the end of his castle while the man ignores it. As the dusk approaches and the waves near, the child jumps to his feet and begins to clap as the waves wash away his masterpiece. There is no sorrow, no fear, no regret. He is not surprised. He knew this would happen. He smiles, picks up his tools and takes his father's hand, and goes home. The man in his sophisticated office is not very wise like the child. As the wave of years collapses on his empire, he is terrified. He hovers over the sandy monument to protect it. He tries to block the waves with the walls he made. He snarls at the incoming tide. It's my castle, he defies. The ocean need not respond. Both know to whom the sand belongs. Go ahead and build your dreams, but build with a child's heart. When the sun sets and the tides take, applaud. Salute the process of life and go home with a smile. 100. A cup and coffee. A group of highly established alumni got together to visit their old university professor. The conversation among them soon turned into complaints about their stressful work and life. The professor went to his kitchen and returned with a large pot of coffee and an assortment of cups, including porcelain, plastic, glass, crystal, some plain-looking, some expensive, and some exquisite. The professor told them to help themselves with the coffee. After all the students had a cup of coffee in their hands, the professor said, "Did you notice all the nice-looking cups are taken, and only the plain, inexpensive ones are left behind? While it is normal for everyone to want the best for themselves, but that is the source of problems and stress in your life. The cup itself adds no quality to the coffee. In most of the cases, it's just more expensive and hides what we drink," the professor continued. "What all of you wanted was coffee, not the cup, but all of you consciously went for good-looking, expensive cups and then began eyeing on each other's cups. Let's consider that life is the coffee, and the jobs, houses, cars, things, money, and position are the cups. However, the type of cup we have does not define or change the quality of our lives. Sometimes we fail to enjoy the coffee by concentrating only on the cup we have. Being happy doesn't mean everything around you is perfect. It means you've decided to see beyond the imperfections and find peace. And the peace lies within you, not in your career, jobs, or the houses you have." 101. A funny joke. Once a wise man held a seminar to teach people how to get rid of sorrows in their life. Many people gathered to hear the wise man's words. The man entered the room and told a hilarious joke to the crowd. The crowd roared in laughter. After a couple of minutes, he told them the same joke, and only a few of them smiled. When he told the same joke for the third time, no one laughed anymore. The wise man smiled and said, "You can't laugh at the same joke over and over, so why do you cry over the same problem over and over?" 102. Two neighbors. A wise and successful man bought a beautiful house with a vast orchard, but not all were happy for him. An envious man lived in an old house next to him. He constantly tried to make his fellow neighbors stay in the beautiful house as miserable as possible. He threw garbage under his gate and did other nasty things. One fine day, the wise man woke up in a good mood and went into the porch to notice buckets of garbage thrown there. The man took a bucket and cleaned his porch. He carried a bucket and went to knock on his envious neighbor's door. The envious neighbor heard a knock at his door and gleefully thought, "I finally got him." He answered his door, ready to quarrel with his prosperous neighbor. However, the wise man gave him a bucket of freshly picked apples, saying, "The one who is rich in something shares it with others." 103. Changing vision. There once lived a wealthy man who was bothered by severe eye pain. He consulted many physicians, but none could treat his ache. He went through a myriad of treatment procedures, but his pain persisted with more vigor. He looked for every available solution for his pain and approached a wise monk renowned for treating various illnesses. The monk carefully observed the man's eyes and offered a very peculiar solution. The monk told the man to concentrate only on the green color for a few weeks and avoid other colors. The man was desperate to get rid of the pain and was determined, ready to go to any extent. The wealthy man appointed a group of painters, purchased green paint barrels, and directed that every object his eye was likely to fall to be painted green. After a few weeks, the monk came to visit the man to follow up on the man's progress. As the monk walked towards the man's room, the appointed painter poured a bucket of green paint on the monk. The monk could see that the whole corridor and the room were painted green. As the monk inquired about the reason for painting everything green, the wealthy man said that he was only following the monk's advice to look at only green. Hearing this, the monk laughed and said, "If only you had purchased a pair of green spectacles worth just a few dollars, you could have saved a large share of your fortune. You cannot paint the world green." Let us change our vision and the world will appear accordingly. 104. A boat for all feelings. Once there was an island where all the feelings and emotions lived together. One day, a big storm from the sea was about to drown the island. Every emotion on the island was scared, but love made a boat to escape. All the feelings jumped in the boat except for one sense. Love got down to see who it was. It was ego. Love tried its best to bring ego to the boat, but ego didn't move. Everyone asked love to leave ego and come in the boat, but love was meant to love. It remained with ego. All other feelings were left alive, but love died because of ego. 105. Waiting for rabbit suicide. Once there lived a lazy farmer who did not enjoy working hard in the fields. He spent his days napping under a tree. One day, while he was resting under a tree, a fox came chasing a rabbit. There was a loud thump. The rabbit had crashed into the tree and died. The farmer picked up the dead rabbit and took it home, frustrating the hell out of the fox. The farmer cooked and ate the rabbit for dinner and sold its fur at the market. The farmer thought to himself, "If I could get a rabbit like that every day, I'd never have to work again." The next day, the farmer went right back to the tree and waited for another rabbit to die similarly. He saw a few rabbits, but none of them ran into the tree like before. Indeed, it was a very rare incident, but the farmer did not realize it. "Oh well," he thought cheerfully, "there's always tomorrow." Since he was just waiting for the rabbit to hit a tree and die, he did not give any attention to his field. Weeds grew in his rice field. Soon the farmer had to be hungry as he ran out of his rice and never caught any other rabbit too. Do not wait for good things to come without doing anything. Do not give your life to luck without working for success. 106. $20 bill. A well-known speaker started his seminar by holding up a brand new $20 bill. In the room filled with people, he asked if anyone would like to have his $20 bill. Hands in the room started going up. He crumpled and crumbled the bill and asked the crowd if anyone was still interested in having the bill. The hands were still up, signing that people still wanted the crumpled $20 bill. He then dropped the bill on the ground and started to grind it into the floor with his shoe. He picked up, now crumpled and dirty, $20 bill. "Does anyone still wants the bill?" he asked. Still, the hands went into the air. The speaker said, "Today we have all learned a valuable lesson. No matter what I did to the bill, you still wanted it because it did not lose its value." Many times in our lives we are dropped, crumpled, and ground into the dirt by the decisions we make and the circumstances that come our way. We may feel as if we are worthless, but no matter what happened or what will happen, you will never lose your value. Dirty or clean, crumpled or finely creased, we are priceless. The worth of our lives comes not from where we are from or who we know, but from who we are. 107. The little wave. A little wave was bobbing along in the ocean and was having a grand old time. He was enjoying the wind and the fresh air as it traveled, until he noticed that all the other waves in front of him were crashing against the shore. "Oh my God, this terrible," the little wave thought. "Look what is happening to all the other waves, and I will have to face the same fate." When the little wave was in a state of panic, Another wave came across and asked the little wave, "Why are you distressed, my friend?" The little wave said, "We are all going to crash against the shore and face our end. All of us waves are going to be nothing. Isn't it terrible?" The second wave answered with a smile, "No, you don't understand. You're not just a wave. You are a part of the ocean." 108. Start with yourself. The following words were written on the tomb of an Anglican bishop in the crypts of Westminster Abbey. "When I was young and free and my imagination had no limits, I dreamed of changing the world. As I grew older and wiser, I discovered the world would not change, so I shortened my sights somewhat and decided to change only my country. But it, too, seemed immovable. As I grew into my twilight years, in one last desperate attempt, I settled for changing only my family, those closest to me, but alas, they would have none of it. And now, as I lie on my deathbed, I suddenly realize if I had only changed my life first, then, by example, I would have changed my family. From their inspiration and encouragement, I would then have been able to better my country, and who knows, I may have even changed the world." 109. Black and white pebbles. We've all heard the saying, "Think outside your box." The saying has become synonymous with creative thinking and being innovative. Obviously, this quality often proves beneficial to people trying to push themselves. This short story is one of the best examples of thinking outside the box, which can be amazing. It began in a small Italian town hundreds of years ago. A small business owner found himself in a large debt to a money loan shark who was old and unattractive. The shark loan was interested in the business owner's daughter. Of course, this meant he offered the businessman a deal. He would eliminate the debt if he could marry the businessman's daughter. This proposal was desirable for neither the daughter nor the businessman and was met with disgust. However, it came with a twist. The loan shark would place two pebbles into a bag. One would be white and one would be black. The daughter would then be told to reach into the bag and pick a pebble. The debt would be wiped if the daughter picked the black pebble, but the loan shark would marry her. If the daughter chose the white pebble, the debt would also be wiped, but the daughter would not have to marry the loan shark. The latter is the desirable outcome for both the daughter and the businessman. As the loan shark picked up the two pebbles, the daughter noticed that he had picked up two black stones in an attempt to guarantee his plan. The daughter then had three choices: refuse altogether to pick any pebble from the bag, expose the two black pebbles and the loan shark for cheating, pick a pebble that would determine her horrid fate. Thinking outside the box, the daughter drew out a pebble and decided to drop the stones accidentally on the ground into the midst of the other pebbles. She then told the loan shark that it didn't matter, as they could all decipher which pebble she picked by looking at the pebble left in the other bag. The loan shark did not want to be exposed and played with the fact that the daughter had picked a white pebble. The debt was wiped, and the daughter didn't have to marry the loan shark. The takeaway of the story: use your creative thinking. You can always overcome a challenging situation by stepping outside the box to which it is confined. You may think you have limited options, but there are creative ways to get around it. 110. A pound of butter. You may have heard people talk about a pound of butter, which is a story about honesty. The story introduces a farmer who sold 1 pound of butter to a baker on a regular basis. One day, the baker wanted to check if he was getting the right amount. He quickly realized he wasn't and angrily took the farmer to court. When in court, the judge asked the farmer if he was using any unit of measure to weigh the butter. The farmer stated that though he had a scale, he didn't have a proper measure. Baffled, the judge asked how the farmer could possibly measure the amount of butter without a proper form of measurement. The farmer replied, stating that the baker had been selling a pound of bread to the farmer every single day. Almost like an exchange, the farmer used his scales and gave the baker the same amount of butter as the baker gave him bread. It soon dawned on the judge that the baker had been lying to the farmer. In turn, the farmer had mimicked the weight and accidentally scammed the baker. The takeaway of the story: in life, you have to be honest. If you try to deceive others, you will be deceived back, almost like you get what you give. Honesty is always crucial in terms of inspiration. Don't attempt to make a little bit more money while lying to others. To gain respect and be treated with fairness and respect, you have to respect and be honest with others. Like the farmer, you will always prevail if you're completely honest with good intentions. Also, if you feel like the world is against you or something is going wrong, honesty and innocence will prevail, just like in the farmer's case. 111. Laziness won't benefit you. This short story comes from ancient times. It is believed that a king ordered his men to place a boulder on the roadway. He then hid in the bushes to see if anybody would move the boulder out of the way. The story states that the king's wealthiest merchants and courtiers walked past the boulder without batting an eyelid. They assumed moving the boulder was a job beneath them. Somebody else would do it. The boulder remained on the road for many days. Many people started to get quite angry at the king, blaming him for the state of the roads. However, not one person took the time to move the boulder. Until one day, a peasant came along carrying vegetables. He approached the boulder and, without hesitation, decided that he would try to move it. He attempted to push the stone away, which took a lot of effort and time. With much pushing and straining, he finally managed, and the boulder was finally moved. The peasant returned to where the boulder sat to collect his vegetables. To his surprise, a purse was lying on the road, containing an array of gold coins and a note from the king. It explained that whoever moved the boulder would receive the gold. The takeaway of the story: our life is an opportunity. You shouldn't expect other people to do everything for you in life. Though it may be difficult, you should push yourself and better yourself. Not only this, but sometimes you have to make decisions that benefit the greater good. Of course, you may not always be treated with a purse of gold. However, you will be in direct control of your future. The story's moral is that hard work and independence will always benefit you in life. 112. University exams. Here goes a funny story to make you smile. One night, 4 university students decided to stay out late. As they were partying and having a great time, they paid no interest in the test they had the next day. Obviously, they didn't study. In the morning, they felt slightly tired and full of regrets. As a team, they created a master plan. They covered themselves in the dirt and headed to the lecturer's office. They told him they had been to a wedding and, on the way back, their tire had gone flat and they had to push their car back to campus. The lecturer willfully listened to their tale and agreed that they could retake the test in a few days. The students were delighted and believed they had got away with it. On the day of the test, all students were separated. They were then given the test, which shockingly had one question: which tire burst? The takeaway of the story: always be honest. Don't lie to get out of something you could have been prepared for. It's also worth stating that these students could have made a much more reasonable decision. 113. An older man and joke. Some people complain about life. This story gives us the chance to ask ourselves if we're wasting time complaining. People were continually visiting an older man, complaining about the same old problems in life. Over and over again, the older man would hear the same complaints. One day, instead of offering advice, the older man decided to tell them a joke. People roared with laughter. A few minutes later, he told them the exact same joke and a few of them smiled. He then said the joke a third time and nobody laughed or smiled. The wise older man then asked them, "If you can't laugh at the same joke over and over, why are you always crying over the same problem?" The takeaway of the story: Don't complain. Find solutions and learn how to gain control over any situation. Instead of complaining and dwelling on various issues, make strides to change the situation. 114. The Blind Girl. The star of this story is the blind girl. Unfortunately, this girl hated herself purely based on the fact that she was blind. Her boyfriend, whom she loved dearly, was always there for her. She often said she would marry him if only she could see the world. One day, whether it be a miracle or the incredible power of science, she could finally see everything. The story states that this was only made possible through a kind donation. Her dream came true, and she could now see her boyfriend. He asked her to marry him, as that was her promise. However, the girl was shocked to discover that her boyfriend was also blind. She refused to marry him and broke his heart. He walked away in tears. The girl later discovered that her boyfriend was the donor, and with the donation he lost his sight. Though rather far-fetched, this short story is a fantastic lesson. The takeaway of the story: when our circumstances change, our mind changes too. Not only do you have to stay true to yourself and appreciate everything, but you never know what's happening behind closed doors. 115. Bethany Hamilton. We have another true story. Bethany Hamilton was a surfing prodigy and was destined for extraordinary things. When she was 13 years old, the Hawaii native was attacked by a tiger shark and lost her entire left arm. However, at this moment, when most people would completely give up, she didn't lose sight of her dreams. She has always wanted to be a professional surfer and was back on the board less than a month after the accident. Not only is this admirably brave, but it also shows that anything is possible. Bethany Hamilton is now in her 20s and a pro surfer. The takeaway of the story: no matter what, believe in yourself, even when no one does. There, we have it, the top 10 most inspirational short stories. Hopefully, some of these have persuaded you to keep trying, always be kind, and find new ways to look at life.